선생님 거.
영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널 마이크 테스트 하고 있습니다. 영어 채널입니다. This is the English translation channel. This is the English translation channel. Please acknowledge if you can hear the translation. 2번 채널. 어차피 이게 이 영어 채널로 나간 거예요. 저희 소리.
한글도요?
한글은
채널.
저희를 통해서 나간 게 아니에요. 그러니까 현장음을 하나 녹음을 하시고 통역을 따로 녹음을 하셔야 되는 거예요.
그리고 몽골 한국어도 있지 않아요?
네, 몽골어도 있어요.
지금 영어 통역 주시는 건가요, 저한테?
저희 한국어 영어 통역이에요. 네, 한국어하고 영어.
어제
여기는
얘기한 거로
잠시만요.
몽골어하고.
예,
혹시 통역 소리 들어보시려고 하는 거죠?
아니요, 통역 소리 지금 들어오고 있는데 제가 지금 배경음이라는 이런 것도 같이 들어야 되잖아요.
네.
그래가지고 좀 열어달라고
아,
말씀드린
네.
건데.
선생님 영문으로 한 번만 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
근데 저희가 이 채널을 열어놓을 수가 없어요. 한국어를.
아, 맞습니다. 이게
영어로도.
잡아놔야 돼요. 그러니까 본 행사 때는 동시에 나갈 거예요. 동시에 통역이 됐든 원음이 됐든. 저희가 채널 잡으면 딱 통역하기 전 그냥 끊기거든요, 소리가.
네.
네.
그럼 어떻게 해야 되지? 저는 어쨌건 지금 한국하고 영어하고 같이 송출이 되잖아요.
네네네.
그럼 지금 영어는 지금 나오는데 한국어가 음이 삐지고
그러니까
안
그게
나와요.
맞습니다. 행사 전에는 그럴 건데 행사 시작하고 나면은 통역이 됐든 원어민이 됐든 계속 쭉 나갈 거거든요.
아 그러면 PT를
네.
제가 별도로 틀어야 된다는 얘기네요.
근데 그게
등단 음악이나 이런 거 그럼 나오나요? 좀 이따?
행사 시작하자마자 통역을 시작할 거기 때문에
그때는
네네네.
없어요?
네네.
그러면 배경음만 제가 별도로 넣어야겠네요.
영어 말씀드려볼게요. 네 잠시만요. 제가 하겠습니다. 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
네, 영어 채널입니다. 2번 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널 마이크 테스트하고 있습니다. 2번 영어 채널입니다. This is the English channel. English channel. This is we are checking the translation for the English channel. This is channel number 2, English channel. 2번 채널입니다.
근데 그만하셔야 될 것 같아요.
영어 테스트입니다. 영어 테스트입니다. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3. 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 영어 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋. 1, 2, 3.
죄송합니다.
네.
테스팅.
아, 이쪽에. 네. 네.
테스팅. 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 죄송합니다. 다시 한번 들어보세요. 영어 채널입니다. 테스팅 하나 둘. 들리시나요? 네, 그럼 한국어 채널 한번 해볼까요?
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후 샘 컨퍼런스 개회식 시작될 예정입니다. 아직 장례로 입장하지 않으신 분들께서는 입장을 해주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the opening ceremony of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, those who are in the lobby, please enter the hall. We will soon begin the opening ceremony. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the opening ceremony of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the hall. Please be seated. And we kindly ask all of you to please turn off all your electronic devices or put them on silent mode for the smooth running of our event. And once we start the opening ceremony, this whole event will be live streamed via online platforms. So please enter the hall and please turn off all your electronic devices or put them on silent mode. And during our conference, we would like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service in 3 languages. For Korean, please turn to channel 1. And for English, please turn to channel 2. And channel 3 will be for Mongolian. So please select your language of preference and please use the receivers on your tables. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will shortly be starting our event, so please enter the hall. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후 개회식 시작이 되겠습니다. 아직 로비에 계신 분들 좀 계시는데요. 장내로 속히 입장해 주시고 착석을 도와주십시오. 또 잠시 후 진행되는 개회식을 시작으로 오늘 진행되는 행사는 온라인 생중계가 진행이 됩니다. 따라서 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해서 여러분 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 진동 또는 무음 모드로 변경해 주시고 혹시 전자기기가 꺼져 있는지 한 번 더 확인을 부탁드리겠습니다. 또 본행사 동시통역 서비스 제공을 하고 있습니다. 3개의 언어로 저희가 오늘 제공이 될 예정입니다. 국문은 1번이고 영어는 채널 2번, 몽골어는 채널 3번으로 여러분 원하시는 언어에 맞춰서 저희가 준비해드린 통역 수신기를 이용해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 실내에 계실 때는 마스크를 필히 착용해 주시고 또 안전한 행사 진행할 수 있도록 여러분 협조해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the opening ceremony. Please enter the hall. Please be seated. And for everyone's health, please wear your mask at all times once you are inside a hall. But please understand that me, MC, and our presenters, the speakers, panelists will remove their masks once they get the floor. So please enter the hall once again and please be ready for the commencement of our event. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후 샘 컨퍼런스 개회식 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 착석하지 않으신 분들께서는 착석을 도와주시면 고맙겠습니다. 또 여러분 저희가 오늘 동시 통역 3개의 언어로 진행이 될 예정입니다. 혹시 필요하신 분들께서는 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번, 몽골어는 3번으로 원하시는 언어에 맞춰서 사용을 해주시기 바라겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation today. We will soon begin the opening ceremony. As you can see on the screen, we will provide simultaneous interpretation service today. Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English, and Channel 3 for Mongolian. So we have placed the receivers on your tables. Please select your language according to the channel that we are announcing. So once again, Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English, and Channel 3 for Mongolian. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's event, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Seung-hee Lee, and today I've given the honor of being your MC for this very special occasion. So thank you very much for your participation today. Thank you very much. And taking this opportunity on behalf of the organizers, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you from home and abroad, and of course, both online and offline, for joining us today despite your busy schedules. The Ssaem Conference is a platform that shares teachers' experience of educational achievements in the APTE and each partner country's various project achievements. So we hope that this event can be a very meaningful occasion to share and strengthen the achievement and vision of the Asian Pacific Teacher Exchange Program and lead to a deeper understanding and more cooperation among participants. And ladies and gentlemen, during the event, as you can see in the lobby, we do have some booths for our participants, which are displaying various teaching materials that teachers used in actual classrooms. So ladies and gentlemen, please visit the booth by using your networking time and your luncheon, and of course, our time for coffee breaks. And please have insights and exchanges with our participants. Thank you very much. So now we will begin the 2022 Ssaem Conference that introduces various achievements of the 2022 Asia Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education. And once again, this event is hosted by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea and organized by the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding under the auspices of UNESCO and APSIU. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will commence the opening ceremony with our opening video. So now, let's gather your attention to the screen.
Despite all these problems, we managed to continue our Asia Pacific Teacher Exchange program. This has been possible thanks to the dedication and commitment of the participating teachers in the 8 countries. That COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As the video says, this year marks APT's 10th anniversary. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks to your support and participation, I believe that we can be all here today. So once again, thank you very much. And I hope that we can have a meaningful discussion and talk today as well by sharing outcomes of our works. So please stay with us until the very end. Thank you. And now we will have some meaningful remarks from our distinguished guests who are joining us here at the site. And ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, please join me in welcoming Ms. Park Ji-young, the Director General of International Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea, for her opening remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I am Director General of International Cooperation Bureau at the Ministry of Education, Korea, Park Ji-young. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Asia-Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education, and it's a very meaningful opportunity to hold the Ssaem Conference today. We have with us special guests. We have participants from the 7 participating countries. From Mongolia, Vice Minister Gonbold of Ministry of Education and Science, Undersecretary Chan of Department of Education Philippines, Director Widiharto of Ministry of Education Indonesia, Deputy Director Ren of Education, Youth and Sports, Cambodia, Deputy Director General Osei of Ministry of Education, Sports, Laos DR, Deputy Director Maiden of Ministry of Education Malaysia, Deputy Director Iem Sangguan of Ministry of Education Thailand, personnel from Education Ministries, I'd like to thank you for your participation. Her Excellency Ambassador Dizon de Vega of the Philippine Embassy to Korea, Ms. Ek, charge d'affaires at the Royal Embassy of Cambodia, members of embassies in Korea, thank you very much for your participation. I would also like to thank Director Hyun-Muk Lim of APSU and members of the Office of International Teacher Exchange for your hard work. And the heroes of the Ssaem Conference, teachers from the 8 participating countries, you're here with us. I'd like to thank you for your participation, even though you're in the middle of the semester. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of APTE, Asia Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education. This could be sustained for this long because the teachers were passionate and the governments were quite interested and supportive of the program. 1,600 teachers from home and abroad were dispatched to each other and have been exchanging online so that the students could share each other's cultures and discuss global issues. And you've conducted global citizenship education. And going one step further, the students have continued to keep in contact with the teachers, and networks have been built amongst the teachers, and study groups and clubs have been formed. I would like to thank you for your passion and hard work. Recently, in Korea, we see more and more students with different and diverse cultural backgrounds. The schools are changing, so it's up to the teachers, their attitudes and their competencies that will determine the quality of the future education. Through our program, we will be connecting with the teachers and students across the world, and they will be discussing experience of coexistence, and this will be a very important foundation for discussing and in understanding differences amongst one another. Humankind is faced with global issues such as climate change, disputes, and inequalities. And in order to find a joint solution, we have to put our heads together. We have to join in solidarity and cooperate. And for the students to become the global citizens, we are providing more global citizenship education, or GCED. The Ministry of Korea will continue to support and expand the teacher exchange program, and will spare no effort in that regard. Once again, I would like to thank you for your preparation and for your participation at the conference. I hope that this conference will be an opportunity to showcase the achievements made so far and to plan ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Park Ji-young, for opening our conference with the meaningful remarks. And she extended her sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests from home and abroad, of course, the speakers and our teachers. And as she just mentioned, through APTE and, of course, the 2022 Ssaem Conference, we hope that we could enhance mutual understanding and cooperation in the field of education. So once again, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to hear from Dr. Im Hyun-mok, who is the director of APCU that organized the APTE. So now, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to welcome you all to the 2022 Ssaem Conference. We are indeed very happy and thankful that we are able to celebrate the 10th anniversary of APTE with you all. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Director General Park Ji-young of the Ministry of Education, Vice Minister Ganbayal Ganwold of the Mongolian Ministry of Education, Undersecretary Chen of the Philippines, participating countries' representatives, Philippines Ambassador Teresa Dizon de Vega, Chargé d'Affaires of Cambodian Embassy Ek Vong Vathani, and members of the foreign delegation, as well as students and teachers from the 8 participating countries. Thank you very much for your presence here today. A few days ago, there was a major earthquake that occurred in Indonesia, which led to many loss of lives and many damages. We extend our deepest condolence to all of the victims, their families, and to all of Indonesian people for the effects of this earthquake. We are seeing the rise of not just these natural disasters, but also other climate disasters such as drought and flood. The COVID pandemic over the past 3 years continues to be a threat to our safety and health. The global challenges that we face is increasing and that they are becoming more severe. The efforts of one country alone will not be resolving these issues, and these are problems that cause complex effects in our lives. Under this new reality of the 21st century, it is more important than ever to have a GSED, which helps us make wise decisions for not just the future generations, but for adults as well. We have different nationalities, ethnicities, and culture, but we realize that we are all connected, and we need to take responsible actions to live peacefully and sustainably with nature and other people. And GSED makes this possible, which makes GSED more valuable than ever. Over the past 3 years during COVID, the APTE was held as an online exchange, and this online exchange format has taken root. This new format has given our program sustainability and expandability, and this was made possible by the passion and efforts of the teachers of the 8 participating countries. So we are meeting face to face for the first time in 3 years after online exchanges. And so we feel that this face-to-face meeting is welcoming and very meaningful. We'll be looking into the achievements of the past 10 years of APTE, both offline and online programs, and also find a way forward. And we hope you will have a lot of face-to-face conversations and be able to learn a lot of lessons from the best practices. Thank you all so much for your participation once again, particularly to the representatives of the partner countries who have come from overseas. Thank you so much, and we look forward to your continued cooperation and partnership. Thank you very much.
Dr. Im Hyun-mok, for gracing this occasion with your remarks. And yes, we do believe that our cooperation and international exchanges could enhance the quality of education. Thank you for the meaningful remarks once again. And next, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Gambayar Kanbor, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
эрхэм хүндэт ЮНЕСКО
Director Hyunmuk Lim of UNESCO APSU, Ministry of Education, Republic of Korea, distinguished guests from participating countries, thank you for your participation. On behalf of the Mongolian Ministry of Education and Science, I would like to congratulate the 10th anniversary of APTE. The World Education Forum was held recently in Incheon, Korea, and as part of Global Citizenship Education Initiative in the Incheon Declaration, 170 Mongolian teachers and 148 Korean teachers participated in the APTE program and were able to discuss pedagogies in respecting the cultural differences and enhancing citizenship. And we need to nurture students with lifelong learning skills. And in order to change the world, we need to have good education. Today's approach to education is not enough. We need to respond to the changing environment. How high is the quality of education, and what are we researching in terms of education? And how will we develop education further? I think we need discussion on this. We are faced with global issues, and to overcome them and to contribute to a more just and stable society, we have to think about what we need to do in terms of education. More than 1 million people participated in consultation and discussion for over 2 years last year, and the International Commission on the Futures of Education published Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education. And we need to support the roles of the teachers. And because of COVID-19, we had some limitations in providing education, but it was thankful that we were able to exchange online. I would like to thank the Korean Ministry of Education and personnel at EPSU for all your support. In Mongolia, we have teachers and also we have been able to share not education but also customs, history, and culture of participating countries. More than 40,000 Mongolian teachers wish to participate in the APTE. And they go through a fierce competition to be selected as final candidates. And so this is a program of high interest. And lastly, I would like to hope that we will have a successful Ssaem Conference in which we can share each other's best practices. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency Vice Minister for joining us today, and thank you for your support and leadership once again. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give our Vice Minister a big round of applause once again. Thank you for coming Korea to attend this conference to celebrate our opening. Thank you very much. And next, we will have meaningful words from Her Excellency Teresa Dizon de Vega, Ambassador of the Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines. So please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까? and mabuhay. 저는 필리핀 대사 테레사 데베가입니다.
I am the Philippines Ambassador, Teresa Dizon de Vega. It's nice to meet you.
General Park Ji-young of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea, Director Lim Hyun-mook of the APCU, Honorable Ganbayar Ganbold, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia, the Honorable Gerard Chan, Undersecretary of the Department of Education of the Republic of the Philippines, esteemed guests, excellencies, conference participants. It is an honor for me to convey on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines to Korea our warmest congratulations to the organizers and participants in the Sharing Stories of Asia-Pacific Education Movements Conference this year. I thank the hosts, the Korean Ministry of Education, and the organizer, the UNESCO APCEIU, for this kind invitation. That you have all managed to hold this event and gather together presentations of ministries of education and educators from participating countries is a testament to the resiliency of the education sector, certainly one of the hardest hit globally by the pandemic in the last nearly 3 years. The Philippines is honored to be part of the Asia-Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education of the UNESCO, APSU, and the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea. For more than a decade now, the program continues to provide platforms for multicultural awareness, advocacy for global citizenship, and pathways to greater engagement, exchanges of best practices, and cooperation among teachers and those involved in education administration. The participation of educators from the Philippines in tandem with their counterparts from Korea and other Asia-Pacific countries is more critical than ever, as it serves to enhance and engender innovative practices as the nature of education continues to face new challenges and opportunities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of meaningful and impactful education are our teachers, unsung daily heroes who give of themselves and their skills to their respective communities. This program places them at the very center of education innovation, and we applaud the gains and look forward to the future engagement of our teachers under the APTE and its sub-program, the Korea-Philippines Teacher Exchange Program, or KPTEP, as their platforms continue to develop greater intercultural and global approaches to teaching. The Philippines' own Vice President and concurrently Minister of Education, Sara Duterte, whose own family counts several teachers among its members, has emphasized time and again the goal of improving the quality of teachers and reskilling and upskilling the education workforce to help develop our teachers' capacity to teach higher order thinking. Programs like the APTE and the KPTEP are indeed welcome additions to realizing this goal. We recently passed in the Philippines a law on excellence in teacher education, which we hope will contribute to further enhancing this critical sector. Our educators, with the Philippine delegation led by Undersecretary Chan, I am sure will be sharing many insights and inputs on these vital matters at this conference. Finally, as a former teacher myself for the first 6 years of my professional life, I congratulate and thank all the teachers in this program for your continued perseverance, commitment, and passion. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Kamsahamnida.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for the meaningful words. So thank you for emphasizing the goal of our conference and, of course, the importance of international cooperation for better teaching and learning. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we do have a final remark this time. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Egvongvathani, towards the fair of Loyal Embassy of Cambodia in Seoul. So please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Madam Park, sorry, let me introduce myself a little bit. My name is Ibong Watani. I'm the Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Cambodia. This morning I represent my ambassador since she's not here. Madam Park Ji-young, Director General of International Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Lim Yun-muk, Director of Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. Excellency Gang Galbol, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education of Mongolia, Excellencies, Ambassador, and Charge d'Affaires of ASEAN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to be invited to the 2022 Ssaem Conference and to deliver a congratulatory remark on this special occasion. I wish to take this opportunity to appreciate the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding under the auspice of UNESCO for hosting this event, as well with the support of the Korean Ministry of Education. Of course, education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. This word by Nelson Mandela pretty much sum up the importance of the education in life of human being. Without education, human beings would not have arrived at the stage they have right now, and it is unlikely that we will be able to continue our mission to space progressively without education. Education is the most powerful tool in the world. It can change one life beyond imagination. Today, all the prosperity we witness is an outcome of education. If we compare today's world with the world decades ago, the changes are because of education power. More than 2 years of COVID-19 have been affected all sectors, among which education was the hardest hit, and the government had set up their own action plan, either for preparing and providing best way to deliver the knowledge to their people. It is such great pleasure that Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding to hold the 2022 Ssaem Conference, and I hope today's event will provide an opportunity for Korean and partner countries to share their experience practicing in each country and also share to one another the outcome of the post-program in the consultation meeting the following day. I wish the participants have a chance to participate in this discussion about the new decade that will be placed through the panel discussion. Moreover, it will be an excellent opportunity for the program participants and stakeholders to showcase the impact of the program on educational innovation and cooperation to explore the better quality of the future implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to express once again my profound thanks to all organizers for arranging this conference, and I wish you all good health, prosperity, and great success in your noble task, and enjoy the rest of the year 2022. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for the meaningful words, and of course, thank you to the government of Cambodia for their support to our conference and APTE as well. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the opening ceremony, we will now have a photo session. And first of all, we would like to have our distinguished guests from home and abroad and VIPs for sitting at the head tables. Please come up to the stage for the group photo session. Please come up to the stage. And other participants, please be seated. We will have 3 rounds of a photo today. So this will be our first round. We will have our distinguished guests from home and abroad. So ladies and gentlemen, please be seated until the very end of our photo session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And now we were having our distinguished guests from home and abroad to commemorate this special opening of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. Please gather at the center of the stage a little bit. We do have more distinguished guests coming up on the stage. Please join us. And can you please make 2 lines since we have many guests? Can you please stand down the stairs? Yes, please. We will make 2 lines. Yes, please come up to the stage. Please stand at the second line, please. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please gather in the center of the stage since we have many distinguished guests. And please make sure that your face is in between the people in front of you. Yes, I believe we're all ready for this photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the camera at the very center. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please look at the camera at the center. Please make a big smile. Yes, now can you please take off your mask for the second photo shoot? If you don't mind, please remove your masks. And please make sure that you're making a big smile. Can you please move a little bit toward, 2 steps toward to your left side? To your left. Thank you. Since we don't have masks on, let's make a big smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And this time, let's make a finger heart. Yes, a Korean heart with your thumb and index finger. Yes, it's a finger heart this time. Let's look at the camera. That's the center camera at the top. So please look at that camera. Big smile once again with your finger heart. Yes, let's have a big and pretty smile. Let's look at the camera. Thank you for your cooperation. Please remain yours. Yes, please be on the stage. And we would like to have our speakers from home and abroad. Please come up to the stage. Please remain on the stage. Please maintain your pose. We will have another photo shoot. Yes, our speakers, please come up to the stage. Our panelists who will deliver their speeches, presentation, please come up to the stage. And we will have our second round this time. Let's make 3 lines this time since we have more speakers coming up to the stage. And please make sure that your face is in between participants and the distinguished guests in front of you. And this time, can you please remove your mask once again? Let's have another photo. Yes, let's make a big smile for the successful launch and opening of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. Let's make a big smile. 1, 2, 3. And this time, let's make cheer up pose with your right hand. Yes, it's a cheer up pose. Fighting. 2022 Ssaem Conference. Fighting! Maintain your pose for 2 seconds. Thank you. With your big smile. Thank you very much. And our distinguished guests, please return to your seats. But at this time, we will have our participants here at the side. Please come up to the stage. Our teachers, speakers, please remain on the stage. And now we will have another photo with all of our participants here at the site. Please come up to the stage. This time, we will have all of our participants. Please come up to the stage. 네, 마지막 사진입니다. 이번에는 현장에 계시는 모든 참석자 여러분들 저희가 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 다소 많은 분들 계시기 때문에 천천히 진행하겠습니다. 모두 무대 위로 올라와 주십시오. 자, 많은 분들 함께하고 계시기 때문에 저희 이번에 3줄 만들어서 기념사진 촬영 함께 하시겠습니다. This time, since we have all of our participants on the stage, let's make 3 or 4 lines. Thank you for your cooperation. We do have some place at the other side of the stage. Please go to the left a little bit. Thank you for your cooperation. This time as well, we will have a photo shoot without your mask. 네, 마스크 벗고 사진 촬영 한번 하겠습니다. 네, 협조 고맙습니다. Can you please remove your mask? Please take off your masks. Let's look at the camera. As you can see, we have many people on the stage. Please make sure that your face is well shown on the screen and camera. Thank you for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our final photo shoot. Please join us this photo shoot. Let's look at the camera at the center. Yes, please make sure that you're making a big smile. Now, please take off your masks. Let's look at the camera. Since we are having this conference with our on-site participants in the 3 years, so we will commemorate this meaningful occasion with a group photo. This will be our final rounds. So please look at the camera at the very center. Let's make a big smile. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. And ladies and gentlemen, let's make a heart, finger heart. 네, 마지막은 저희 손아트 잘 보이도록 예쁘게 만들어 주시면서 사진 촬영하겠습니다. Let's make a finger heart with a big smile. This will be the final shoot. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much for that cooperation. Let's give a big round of applause to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was really meaningful and great photo session. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break and we will commence the next session, which will be a panel discussion from 10:30. So ladies and gentlemen, please be seated prior to the commencement of our session. So we will commence the next session at 10:40. Once again, we do have more than 20 minutes of our break, so please come back to this hall by 10:40. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will begin a panel discussion shortly in about 5 minutes. And those who are still in the lobby, please make your way inside the hall. Please be seated. And we would like to have our panelists onto the stage. Please come up to the stage. If you are the speaker or a panelist for this panel discussion, please come up to the stage. 네, 여러분 저희 잠시 후 패널 토론 시작이 되겠습니다. 아직 장내로 입장하지 않으신 분들 계시다면 입장을 서둘러서 좀 해주시고요. 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 또 이번 세션 패널 토론 패널리스트로 함께 하시는 분들께서는 무대 위로 올라와서 착석해 주십시오. Once again, we would like to have our speakers, panelists, please come up to the stage. Please be seated on the stage. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 모두 착석을 해주시면 저희 바로 다음 세션이죠. 패널 토론 시작하겠습니다. 장내로 입장해 주시고 착석해 주십시오. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin our panel discussion. Please enter the hall and please be seated. And this panel discussion will be delivered both Korean and English. As we did before at the opening ceremony, we'd like to provide simultaneous interpretation service in 3 different languages. So channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Mongolian. Thank you. 네, 여러분 이번 패널 토론은요. 국문과 영문으로 2개의 언어로 진행이 될 예정입니다. 혹시 통역 서비스 필요하신 분들께서는 리시버 저희가 테이블 위에 비치를 해두었으니까요. 이용을 해주시고요. 개회식처럼 1번은 국문, 2번은 영문, 3번은 몽골어로 청취하실 수 있다는 점 다시 한번 안내를 드리겠습니다. 네, as you can see on the screen, please use your receivers and please select your language of choice. We will soon begin the panel discussion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the panel discussion. As you can see on the stage, we are joined by renowned speakers and teachers, and this session will be chaired by Ms. Im Won-jin, the Head of Office of International Teacher Exchange at UNESCO APSEU. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. And now our chair will be leading the session. Ms. Im, the floor is yours. Thank you.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I am Won-jin Lim, and I'm the head of Office of International Teacher Exchange at UNESCO APSEU. I'd like to introduce to you the 8 panelists. We have with us from the Ministry of Education Korea, Mr. Kim Jin-hyung. And from Laos, we have Deputy Director General Phong Duan Osai. And from Malaysia, we have Deputy Director Ren Kun. From Cambodia, we have Deputy Director Ren Kun. And from Indonesia, we have Director Rahmadi Widiharto. And from Malaysia, yes, we already introduced Deputy Director Maidin. And from Mongolia, we have Director Nomin Davadori. And from the Philippines, we have Undersecretary Gerard Chan. And from Thailand, we have Deputy Director Yufa Iem Sang-kwan. With that, we would like to begin the panel discussion. The first question is as follows. I'd like to ask Mr. Kim Jin-hyung, what do you think is the achievement meaning of this year's education project, and what was the focus in this year's program? Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jin-hyung, and I am at the Ministry of Education Korea in charge of globalization of education. And it's an honor to be participating in this panel discussion and to talk about the achievement of the exchange program. The APTE is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Since its start in 2020, we were able to grow quantitatively and qualitatively. Initially, we started with 2 member countries, and now it has expanded to 7 member nations in the Asia-Pacific region. And we have had 1,600 teachers who had participated in this program for over 10 years. So we had more number of teachers, and also this program contributed to enhancing global competence of the teachers and the students, and we were able to draw positive change in the education field. And we made the program more settled, and we were able to expand the online exchange program to 7 member nations. The infrastructure is different and the language is different, so we thought this would be a challenge, but we had active cooperation from the government, and we had the passion of the participating teachers, which made this year's online exchange programs a success. And so I would like to take this opportunity to thank the teachers for all your hard work. And I would also like to mention the NETS, which is an online education exchange platform, which was very meaningful. With NETS, you can create online joint classes home and abroad, and this will enable more smoother education exchange amongst the countries, and this will be a bridge amongst the member parties. We have had this COVID pandemic for over 3 years, and despite the frustrating circumstances, we're able to have country-to-country cooperation, and we had the teacher exchange, and we are able to have the students embrace diversity as global citizens, and they're able to continue the classes thinking about the global issues. So this was the biggest achievement. So once again, I would like to thank the teachers of the 8 participating countries of the APTE. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, would like to give the question to our partner countries. So this year's exchange program was conducted as an online exchange. Despite the pandemic continuing on, we wanted to focus on promoting GSET and also building global capacity for teachers and to make up for the education losses of the students. So you had the online educational exchange, and what was the focus of your program in your countries, and what was the achievements of this year's exchange? We will begin with Cambodia. Mr. Ren Kun of Cambodia.
Madam Lim, Sumrip Sur, Annyeonghaseyo. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to come here all together. Thank you very much. For Cambodia, responding to the question, in Cambodia, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport has exercised nearly equal care in implementing these 3 goals under multiple waves of COVID-19. Of note, however, is our response to learning loss, because this pandemic has made so many disruptions again and again to our face-to-face teaching and learning. Our students have been pushed into the problem of learning loss. Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport did acknowledge this problem from the beginning and have been quite determined to mobilize the resources that we have to minimize this impact on the student nationwide. For example, when our country has still at high risk during each COVID lockdown, what we did was we took our students online until the situation improved, and then we took them back offline and then online again when necessary. We kept doing this for almost 2 years until our population got vaccinated. And only then did we feel confident that our students could safely return to face-to-face learning. Such is what we are doing, but Cambodia is getting increasingly used to online learning as well. Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport made many local programs available to education staff and students via online mode, in addition to in-class training. Talking about this year online APTE, Cambodia nominated some 18 school teachers to participate in the exchange with 4 Korean schools. 18 of the teachers conducted collaborative online teaching in partnership with Korean teachers. The aim of that exchange was to show learning of our students in primary and secondary school in Cambodia and South Korea. And to maintain an active engagement in this program, our teachers show much excitement as well as possible thought about this opportunity. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로
Thank you so much. Next, we invite Indonesia for your answer. From Rakmati Widiharto, your answer, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Good morning, distinguished guests and His Excellencies. For the questions number 2, I want to say that in Indonesia, especially during when the COVID-19, we have many programs that say like this. beginning in the late 2010, and the Indonesian government embarked on a series of systematic education reform, collectively referred to Merdeka Belajar or emancipated curriculum. The reforms are set to improve learning outcomes, promote quality and equitable education for all Indonesian students by creating changes in the learning paradigm and practices, empowering educators and school leaders, and encouraging active engagement and entire education system. And some of policies and changes in education are as follows. The first one is an emergency curriculum was released in middle of 2020. A slimmed down reversion of the 2013 curriculum. The second one, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology launched Merdeka curriculum in February 2022. It's depart from previous curriculum. It specifies learning outcomes at high level in broad 2-year learning stages. The aim is to free up teaching and learning, enabling competencies teachers to go beyond the specific curriculum while providing resources for less skilled teachers. And we reopened for face-to-face classes in July 2022. And the fourth is promoting inclusive education across Indonesia. Meanwhile, the MAOCRT preparing for the global competency through the following actions. To spread global competencies beyond individual teachers and their classroom, MOERCT launched the Pancasila student profile. It's kind of a philosophy for our nation building. The profile are faith in pity toward God, global diversity, mutual cooperation, creativity, critical reasonable ability, and independence. And the second one, the teacher leader program, we call program Guru Penggerak. The program helps teachers become activators and motors for the country educational transformations and advocate for the holistic growth of students. This program on the 2020 and 21 held by platform online program. We also have the Activator School program under which are expected to accelerate school under all circumstances to move forward or paces faster. The program is implemented in stages and integrated manner with ecosystem expected to drive all students and school in Indonesia to become school educators. That's all from Indonesia. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 다음은
Thank you very much.
We have from Laos, Ms. Osai. Please go ahead.
So once again, good morning. 안녕하세요. I try my best to say Korean. Thank you very much for inviting us here. Regarding to question number 2, I would like to just on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Laupedia, and also from the teachers, I would like to share with you the aspect focused on while conducting the online APTA. So CLAS has started to join this program in 2020, and then once COVID came, and then so we could not conduct the program face-to-face, and then so in 2022, we decided to start with the online mode. So as we all aware that the online ASEAN Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education emphasize on promoting GCED, strengthening teachers' global competencies and mitigating the educational losses of the students in spite of the prolonged pandemic crisis. For Lao PDR, in addition to those main goals, being passionate on the nature, responsible, and building up the skill of the basic agriculture for sustainable way of living were also focused while conducting the online APTE. One of the obvious achievements is that a number of good practices on vegetable gardening managed by the students from different schools were shared. Having done this, it is evident that it helps build up the students' passion on the nature as well as being more responsible for this task assigned. More importantly, the skill of basic agriculture for the sustainable way of living is developed among the students. Moreover, it is a great opportunity for teachers to strengthen common understanding and collaboration, network amongst teachers from different schools, in which this can be used as an effective communication channel or platform for preparing the teachers to respond to the change of educational environments around the world, brought by the increase of immigration and interactions across the border and cultures, and to the rising demand from partner countries, in particular from Korea, for sharing teaching experiences of the teachers. Through this online APTE, I do believe that the teachers' global competencies and enhanced intercultural literacy and mutual understanding across different cultures between the two countries. Korean and Laos have been significantly raised. This could definitely be mentioned, it is a great outcome of the program. APTE has helped our teachers to gain better ideas about how to deliver GCED's content to the student. For example, our teachers have picked up the plan, the lesson that can be associated with other countries, which they found it very, very important for themselves and for the students to be involved solving the world's issues such as global warming and to respect diversity. On the top of that, the online APTE has become to no better time to strengthen the capacity of the teachers. It has allowed the teachers to experience long-distance learning teaching system and the uses of necessary e-learning platforms to communicate among the teachers and with the students. This help the teachers to improve their ICT skills, which is very important at the current situation, and also to be prepared for the future uncertainty. These skills are valuable for the teachers to upgrade themselves, and they are very thankful for the program, for this great opportunity. It serves an intensive learning for the teachers and the students to make up what they have lost during the pandemic. Thank you.
감사합니다. 네,
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Deputy Director Nur Fonisa Binti Maidin from Malaysia for your comment.
Thank you for the question. Dear participants, I'm representing Malaysia. Okay, our focus at the Ministry of Education Malaysia has been first and foremost the continuous professional development, or CPD, of the participating teachers in the sharing of best practices during the program and post-program activities. Apart from the expected upscaling and international exposure, apart from this, Online Korea-Malaysia Teacher Exchange Program, or COMTEP, 2022 has once again proven the participant teachers' resilience and preference in navigating and continuing threats of the pandemic, and the restriction it has caused in delivering quality education to students in both countries. Taking off from the success of the online method, the program was conducted last year in 2021. I'm sure that we all saw the tremendous positive outcome. So much so that for this year, the number of teachers and schools participating have been increased, together with the increment of allocation given. For that, we would like to thank MOE, Korea, and UNESCO APCU for their trust and generosity. MOE Malaysia is positive that this year's 16 COMTAP alumni would join their 54 seniors who have had their breaks to future career developments through the program. It is not incidental that GCED, being at the center of the program, is also the focus in the program implementation. In fact, the program serves as a prelude to MOE Malaysia initiative in the pipeline, such as the pilot project for the integration of GCED elements in Malaysian secondary schools and proposed establish of GCED Cooperative Center in Malaysia. It also complements existing projects, notably sustainable schools and eco schools, as well as the integration of GCED in the geography, history, mathematics, science, and moral education subjects in the national curriculum. Therefore, we are sure that this program has continued to sow the seeds of intercultural and cross-cultural experiences, which would grow into international understanding within Asia-Pacific region and eventually the world. In mitigating students' educational loss caused by the prolonged pandemic, the 2022 online COMTAP has provided an avenue for teachers to showcase their creativity in educational instructions through hybrid face-to-face and online means. In fact, Malaysian teachers are largely well-versed in overcoming barriers to education after coming out alive from the challenges of 2020 and 2021. Throughout the program implementation this year, the teachers have demonstrated exemplary display of creative workarounds and alternative means to deliver their lesson. With that, thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음에는 몽골 교육과
Next, we invite from Mongolia, Nomin Navadorj for your answer.
So thank you. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the APTE program implementation in Mongolia. And due to COVID-19, the program was held online this year, and about 30 teachers and about 180 students involved in this program. So during the program, we had 6 online courses, and we held introductory meetings and the Parents' Day as well. Through this online teacher and student exchange program, we have the opportunity to fulfill our teachers' schools' goals, our teachers and students' goals that they learn about multicultural understanding and develop their 21st century global citizenship skills. The highlight of this year's exchange was the e-learning exchange, and that's why the Ministry of Education's focus was to have all the teachers and students successfully participate in the program. As you know, that Mongolia has many rural areas where technology is not that developed and that they're still learning on how to use the technology. So that's why with the support of our ministry and with the support of APC-AUU and with support of all the parties, the program was able to implement successfully this year. And by participating in the program, children from remote regions and nomadic herder families had the opportunity to immerse themselves in the culture and traditions of Korea and develop their speaking skills with enthusiasm and self-confidence and create wonderful memories. And as for the teachers developed on learning from the Korean teachers' teaching methods and their experiences. And having participated in the program, while the training and program saved their time and had them being able to still do their work in Mongolia. And the most important outcome that came from the online meeting was, the online program was that both the students and the teachers learned to use online teaching applications and programs. Although they had known a little bit, but with the support of this program, they were able to use it well. So, and regardless of time, space, language, and culture, it was a great opportunity where we could learn from each other and learn from other countries and in the online environment. So we also aim to create accessible education by including teachers in the rural areas, giving them opportunities to develop and learn in the future as well. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 다음.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite Jared Chan from the Philippines for your answer.
The three main goals of the APTE in terms of promoting GCED, strengthening teachers' global competencies, and mitigating the education loss due to the pandemic has been promoted and achieved by the Department of Education in the Philippines through APTE. In particular, teachers ensured that all the crafted lesson plans were executed with the partner school and highlighted the GCED themes: globalization, respect for diversity, sustainability, and conflict and peace building. They integrated these themes in sharing and introducing the Filipino language and Philippine culture heritage and literary piece. Utilization of transformational teaching, which is a necessary pedagogical approach in harnessing the GCED domains, was also evident during their teaching activity. In all their learning activities, they facilitated collaborative, active, and problem-based learning. Furthermore, the promotion of GCED was intensified through the study project of the team. The study project offers integration strategies relevant in promoting GCED and K-12 curriculum, as the design is GECD framework produced by UNESCO APSEU. In this way, teachers interested in GCED will have a clear idea on practical and simple ways of integrating the GCED themes to eventually develop a global citizen who care to make positive changes in the society. While facilitating the online lessons and completing the study project, their global competencies improve as they were able to engage their learners with diverse cultural background in authentic learning, which foster optimal learning. They move beyond the content of their lesson and expose the learners to have a better understanding of their own and other people's culture and be reflective of their own thoughts, behavior, and values to eventually transform them into an individual demonstrating a culture of peace. The teachers were also empowered in leading their respective learning areas in teaching the Sustainable Development Goals and GCED. The study project also reflected the competency of the teachers in presenting global issues that had great impact in the lives of the people, especially those who are marginalized and included in the low-income bracket of the society. They utilize activities that help the students to understand that global problem requires local action and solution, and global changes should always start from themselves. The research capacity of the team is also enhanced while developing their proposed framework for the integration of the GCED in K-12 curriculum. Aside from enhancement of content knowledge and pedagogical skills, the teacher's skills in utilizing the available technology in developing their teaching resources was manifested. On the other hand, the Department of Education mitigated the educational losses among the students by providing an avenue for the learners to work together with students from different cultural backgrounds. The transversal skills which were seen undeveloped during the pandemic times was one of the focus in the lessons. The project and group activities open a channel for the students to develop projects where they can apply their critical thinking skills and creativity. It also became an avenue for the Filipino students to have interest and enthusiasm in learning a foreign language to lessen the language barrier with their counterparts, while the Korean enhanced their communication skills in using English. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음은 태국.
Thank you very much.
We have from Thailand, Ms. Yufa Ieng Sangwan.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the MOE Korea and FCU for their effort to continue the implementation of the teacher exchange program this year. Thankfully, we can finally meet each other in person once again. In Thailand, all schools opened in mid-May. Some schools, especially in the serious pandemic area, chose to use a hybrid learning style. Half of the students studied on-site at school, and another half studied online at home for a week. Then they switched the learning style every week, so no one gained more advantage. This year, many agencies arranged a conference to brainstorm how to mitigate students' learning losses. When the lecturers were invited to recommend many strategies and teaching learning style to achieve a learning recovery and improve learning outcomes. During the pandemic, the number of dropouts was increasing. It became our national agenda to bring students back to school. Finally, our mission was rather successful. There are still some children left to make it complete. In the meantime, encountering the important challenge, the Secretary General has an opinion that participating in the Korea-Thailand exchange program is a good opportunity to improve student learning achievement and promote a global citizenship education. Normally, Thai schools have to use the national curriculum for 70%, and they can create their own school curriculum for 30%. However, there are not many schools focusing on GZ in the school curriculum. Therefore, joining the teacher exchange program can help enhance GZ teaching and learning in the school program. It can encourage them to understand deeply how important to bring the related contents to teach students nowadays. Let them recognize the global issue for being a good citizen. Actually, GZ has content in a social studies subject, but when they had to teach Korean students about global issue, it made Thai teachers study profoundly about the topic and choose the most interesting and important topic for Korean students. The more they research, the more they gain, the more they understand, and the more they share. Their teaching skill had changed. They learn new teaching learning methodology, processes, and techniques from Korean teachers, such as the application of an active learning concept in the classroom. Furthermore, their skill of utilizing technology beneficial for effective online teaching has been improved too. Additionally, they educated more about strategic planning and action plan development. Teachers had experiences that they never had before, such as working with an international organization and developing a collaborative network with Korean teachers. Finally, and all of them stated that they were able to apply knowledge, skills, and experiences obtained from participating in the program to improve their work in the future. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Let us move on to the next question. I would like to ask Mongolia and Philippines, you have been initial members. The APT program marks its 10th anniversary since its inception, and what was the objective when you initiated the program? And tell us how your ministry evaluates its outcomes. So could you share with us what was your initial objective and how do you view the current objective, the achievement? Let us go with Mongolia first. Ms. Numin Davador, please go ahead.
노민.
We'll hear from Mongolia.
Years of participating in the teacher exchange program for the past 10 years. Total of more than 170 teachers from Mongolia and more than 150 teachers from Korea participated in the program, and that made a valuable contribution to improving the content and teaching methods of teachers in the understanding of multicultural and the development of global citizens, and becoming a part of the main goal of this program. The Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia has included teachers from 21 provinces and 9 districts of Mongolia, which means the whole country itself, and we tried our best to include all of them in the program. This teacher exchange program was not only from the 2 countries, but also from the participating countries, providing a full opportunity to spread the diversity of history, education, and culture and to others, and share information to each other. For more than 40,000 teachers who are teaching in general education schools in Mongolia, we are pleased to inform that the teachers have been waiting, and this is one of the programs that they keep waiting to get announced, because it's such a good program, and all of us really adore this program. For the Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia, teachers should cooperate productively with each other for a common goal, and share methods and experiences, and learn from others, and solve problems in teaching as a professional team, and work together with other specialists from other countries and from other schools. So there is a need for cooperation and joint efforts. And therefore, we are pleased to announce that the teacher exchange program has made a significant contribution to supporting this transformation through its policies and activities. The Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea and the Center for International Education Understanding of the is once again proud of its successful organization of the online teacher exchange program that was held online. And lastly, the Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia highly appreciates the teacher exchange program that has been implemented for the 10 past years, and proposes to implement the program regularly in the future. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음 질문은
Thank you very much. And we will now hear from the Philippines. Undersecretary Gerard Chan, please.
The teacher exchange program aims not just to increase the number of participating teachers, but for us to have a bigger and complete picture on how teachers should become promoters of GSED, not just in the country but in the whole world. The program is meant to broaden the understanding of teachers on cultural and education exchanges. After the APTE program, our teachers transfer knowledge and skills of GSED anchored programs and projects, which we call a Re-Entry Application Project, REAP, where teachers address the priority improvement in their own context of their school community. The Department of Education, through the International Cooperation Office, with the partnership of the Korea-Philippines Teacher Exchange Alumni Association, monitor the implementation of the programs. Outcome and impact of the program will be shared by the alumni during the annual GSED forum. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음 질문은 모든 국가
Thank you very much. The next question is for all countries. We will go in the reverse order this time. But it seems that we don't have much time remaining, so we would appreciate it if you can answer more succinctly, more shortly than the earlier question. So under what policy context was the APTE implemented in your respective countries? These policy contexts could be teacher capacity building, educational globalization, or others. Or can you and also share with us future vision or ideas for this program in the future? We'd like to begin with Thailand. Your answer, please, from Thailand.
Thank you. Thailand has implemented the APTE program since 2016, both offline and online. We can say that Korea-Thailand Teacher Exchange Program was successful and achieved its goals. Thai students and teachers gain knowledge and recognize educational globalization, gain knowledge and about how different we are and how we behave with each other to make a better world, and also understand the diversity among the cultures on earth. Teachers from both countries could not only exchange and learn concerning educational system, core curriculum, educational activities, teaching and learning techniques, and school disciplines, but also make friends with each other and get to know wonderful students. The program, which was conducted in Thailand, took only 3 months in Thailand. A 3-month stay is too short for such an exchange program. Time goes very fast. It is a pity if teachers get familiar with each other and adjust themselves to a new environment, and then it's time to go back home. I'm sure they need more months to be close and be good friends. Therefore, I would like to propose having a 1-year exchange program with at least 1 or 2 teachers per year for a long-term project. Our school is willing to take care of a Korean teacher for a year by providing school accommodation and some meals. Korean teachers can teach their subject area and include cultures with a combination of GSET issues at Thai school for 1 academic year. The first semester starts from May to September, and the second one starts from November to March. We believe that the outcomes of the program must be fruitful. The relationship between two partner teachers then is stronger. It creates a mutual understanding and certainly strengthens teachers' global capabilities and competency. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Gerald Chan of the Philippines.
At present, the Department of Education work with UNESCO APSEU through online teacher exchange program and planets. In the Philippines, there's a lot of Filipino exchange teachers who are continuously pursuing their GSED programs in their respective school level and wishing to expand it to the city level. The UNESCO APSEU may assist these teachers in promoting GSED in a wider scale by providing them logistics, mentoring, and technical assistance. The Department of Education at present already increased the level of awareness of GSED to the grassroots levels and school and head and city officials through its learning series and GSED caravans. It is high time for UNESCO APSEU and the Department of Education to work hand in hand for the sustainability of the projects led by the Filipino exchange teachers to encourage more teachers to champion GSED and eventually establish the consciousness of the teachers and school administrators that GSED can be both infused in teaching and administrative process. The GSED 101 course could be offered to all teachers so that level of awareness and practice will increase. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 몽골 교육과
Thank you very much. Next, Nomin Davador from Mongolia. Your answer, please.
Okay, thank you. So, in December 2021, the Ministry of Education and Science of Mongolia established an organization called General Education Agency. And the purpose of this agency is to provide expertise, methodology, management, and organizational supports to the provincial and capital education departments and educational institutions. Therefore, the APTE program will be supported and implemented along with these general education department. And we wish to have the program to continue implementing in the future, and that it participates, it includes more and more teachers and more students. Okay, thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. From Malaysia, Dr. Nurul binti Maidin, please go ahead.
Okay. Korean Korean-Malaysia Teachers Exchange, which has been implemented since 2014, has been a stepping stone for greater achievement in the career and professional development of the teachers in Malaysia. We are proud to acknowledge that we have been proactive in sharing innovation and best practices within the inside and outside their own educational communities, therefore multiplying the effect. These follows-up activities have been shared with fellow teachers, schools, and communities, expanding the exploration in the areas such as STEM, GCED, special needs education, community of practice, and international cooperation. These have effectively been in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4.7. MOE Malaysia views the implementation of COMTAP as a part of the effort to fulfill several contexts. Firstly, flagship CPD program managed by the Teacher Professionalism Division, it is in line with our Teaching Professionalism Development Master Plan. Through the master plan, teachers are provided with support to explore and achieve their full potential, including international exposure and experience. This is congruent to UN SDG 4C, the upscaling teachers through international cooperation. The Ministry also sees that APTE program content provides the avenue to work towards Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization, or SIMIO, and also the priority 5, revitalizing teachers' education and adapting the 21st century curriculum. All the contexts mentioned fit back to our own Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013-2025. Regarding the direction of COMTAP, firstly, we would like to see it being brought back to its pre-COVID method of implementation, which is via face-to-face mode. While the online method has its own merits, total immersion in the whole school in Malaysia and Korea, definitely it has distinct edge. With that, we will level the program up by developing pairings of teachers of different nationalities to host schools in Korea instead of both from the same country. In this way, we could amplify the cross-cultural impact on students. In fact, we would then explore the possibilities of doing a similar framework in APTE countries in the long term. For instance, the program could find a mechanism in deploying, say, Cambodian and Indonesian teachers in the same host schools in Malaysia. This could pave the way of fostering greater understanding and sharing among teachers in SIMIO members countries. A regional organization which UNESCO APCU is an affiliate. Indeed, we see that there is a room for the APTE program to expand and replicate with support and cooperation of UNESCO APCU and to each APTE country. Specific to Malaysia, COMTAP could also be a catalyst of foreign language uptake among our students. In Malaysia, the Korean language has been taught in selected schools since 2016. Therefore, the program could include a Korean language enrichment module to be used by the participating Korean teachers to their students in Malaysia. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 라오스 교육체육부 봉두아 노사의
And now we will move to Laos.
To address the question, it is evident that the continuity of the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the unprecedented disruption in education over the past years and has exposed the weakness and limitations of the existing education system. The year forced sudden changes, including the massive closure of the face-to-face traditional learning and subsequent shape into distance learning. With this change, it has been challenging for the government's educators and learners to continue education. However, alongside with these negative impacts, a positive change has also been acknowledged, in which teachers have learned how to apply ICT in their own teaching and learning, also adapt themselves to new normal in terms of working and living. Moreover, the teaching and learning processes can be conducted via different channels, including Zoom, Google Meeting, Microsoft Teams, WhatsApp, and Facebook. In brief, it is strongly insisted that the ASEAN Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education program should be implemented and conducted by applying various methods, including the use of ICT devices, as well as a number of platform and channels, as mentioned. For the innovation, for the educational recovery happened, it is important for the teachers to have a chance to share common language for teaching and learning, to observe one another teaching practice, to ask for and offer support to each other, and to continuously explore inclusive instructional practices that encourage all students to learn. Thus, the program of APTE would become a significant initiative to help begin innovation for education recovery in Lao PDR. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And now, Indonesia, Mr. Ahmidi Widiarto, please go ahead with your answer.
Thank you. Regarding question number 4, in Indonesia, online APT program conducted in promoting global citizenship educations, cultural exchange, enable students to live together with others respectfully and peacefully through global understanding and cultural differences. APT program should aim to building awareness, gender equality, human rights, sustainable development, peace, and non-violent communities. In the medium term, it is aimed to creating classroom that values diversity, facilitating intercultural conversation and partnership, integrating a global learning or teaching experience. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia has gone through a long way to find a most sustainable translation of the law until they come to a decision to embed the state philosophy Pancasila in the curriculum as the outcome of national education, such as a student Pancasila profile. MOERGT has developed a special program and the development of a character and focus on 5 cores: value, religiosity, nationalism, independency, mutual cooperation, and integrity. The program, namely fellowship program to foster ethics education, to contribute the global citizenship and peaceful and inclusive societies. This initiative brings together the following partners: Arigato International, Guaran Hermes Foundation for Peace, Global Humanity for Peace Institute, the Higher Committee for Human Fraternity, Kaisit International Dialogue Center, UNESCO Regional Office, the Eastern Africa, and UNESCO New Delhi Cluster Office, as well as the implementing countries represented by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia, partnering in the collaboration with National Commission for UNESCO. This program conducted in the mid of October 2022. The participants come from 6 countries: Nepal, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Indonesia. In the long term, it's aimed to developing global teachers' competencies in applies critical, comparative, and creative thinking and problem solving. Self-awareness about identity and culture, sensitivity and respect for differences. The Ministry of Indonesia also seeks to encourage the sekolah penggerak presence with involve the participant of organization involved of field in education. Its main focus is in improving the quality of teachers, school principals, and education personnel to improve student learning outcome. The effort is made by increasing collaboration between MOLCT and the organization concerns. We have 166 organizations that involved in this program. The underlying spirit of our policies and program is participation of all elements of society. It is impossible for us to work alone to achieve an ideal, all-inclusive national education system. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로
Next, we invite Ren-kun from Cambodia for your answer.
Thank you again for your question. Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, the APTE, as being conducted in the context of improving ability of Cambodian teachers, creating new window for cross-cultural collaboration, learning and friendship, instilling love and understanding in the heart of our people, and diversifying our experience and teaching staff. I also think that what is important for Cambodia leading itself into the future is that we really need to further improve our teachers' general competence for class. I think our teachers need to have enough skills and ability to use technology in teaching and managing classes, while at the same time they need to have more diverse experience. Furthermore, they need to have their voice heard in the school, the community that they serve, and in the curriculum development process, not to mention other skills such as action research, global citizenship, and even critical thinking. Although we have been pushing gradually toward this, a lot still need to be done in terms of making sure our teachers wholeheartedly want to teach well and save the future of the country. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, we invite from the Ministry of Education of Korea, Director Kim Jin-hyung. Could you please share APTE's mid to long-term strategy and vision? So in listening to the answers from the different countries' ministries of education, I got to understand that we share the same concerns, particularly because of COVID. There's been a lot of concern over the education losses of our students as a result of COVID. And also, there's been a lot of effort to reflect GCED, GCED in the educational policies of each country, which is very good. And we were very happy to hear that APT has been of help in this journey. Looking back at the past 10 years of APTE, we are of course happy and relieved that it has been successful. But we are also thinking about the future direction. And so we hope to now provide through the APTE more GCED education, which will help our students become future peace builders and future global development leaders. And we hope that the teachers will participate more with these UNESCO APSEU programs so that they will also gain the skills needed, and we will also provide all of the support necessary to the teachers. Because of COVID, we had experienced major changes which we never envisioned before. But now we also have a good online exchange experience as a result of COVID. And so we are going to try to utilize both online and offline exchanges in the future. So in 2023, we will discuss with our partner countries so that we can have not just face-to-face invitations and dispatch, but also have a separate online exchange track established. And through this online track, if there are teachers that find it difficult to go overseas, overseas physically, they can still participate in the International Teachers Exchange through the online platform. So we will make sure to listen to the voice from the field and reflect those opinions and ideas in our future APT programs. So we are hoping that this online and offline two-track format will be a leading model for international educational exchange in the post-COVID era. We are in a world where we continue to experience unprecedented changes. And so it is very important for us to continue with this effort to enhance international educational program and exchanges. Thank you very much for being on this journey with us. And looking at the next 5 and 10 years, we hope this will be a good milestone in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's time for us to end our discussion. We were able to gain diverse ideas on our exchange program as well as set the future direction. Thank you so much to all our panelists and to all our participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the discussion. And those who are sitting on the stage, please return to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this panel discussion session. And that was our first panel discussion, but we do have more presentations and discussions today for you. So please be with us until the very end. So that was a very meaningful time and in-depth discussion that we had a chance to hear from APTE participating countries and their own experience and insights and, of course, knowledge. And since this year marks the 10th anniversary of the APTE program, we had a chance to look back on our journey of 10 years, and we had a talk of strengthening how we can cooperate each other on the field of education. And also, of course, how we can enhance the capacity of teachers and the quality of education and learning as well. Thank you very much for that meaningful discussion once again. And as all of our panelists and distinguished guests at the opening ceremony mentioned, this is our first gathering in 3 years since the outbreak of COVID-19. And of course, this year is our 10th anniversary and birthday. So we have prepared very meaningful video to share with our participants. Now, we will have a video. We contained actual voices and interviews of our teachers and students participated in the APTE program. So we will watch this meaningful video, and ladies and gentlemen, before having lunch, we will also have beautiful stage by our students. So before having them onto the stage, now we will have a video, interview video of teachers and students participating in the 2022 APTE program. So now let's gather your attention to the screen with a big round of applause.
I think our children got a chance to think how small this place is, being in limited time and space, and realized how many different lives exist overseas. I'm certain this realization has led to the valuable experiences for their growths. There's a cultural difference to begin with, considering the gap in the levels of the enthusiasm for education and each different way of approaching each subject matter. It was not easy to overcome all and meet halfway. So, progressing step by step, we realized all teachers care about their students in common and hope to be there with them for their path of learning. which allowed us to keep on going forward. I think our students have gained two important things. Firstly, they empathize a lot more towards one another, and they gain diverse perspectives, which allow them to see both different sides of the same situation and gain an understanding of the difference by putting themselves in other people's shoes. I believe tolerance required in civic education and global citizenship education has been developed naturally. Secondly, our students communicated with students of the partner school and thought, we have reached a conclusion together. Those processes gave them confidence that anything can be solved together in this interconnected world. That's why I believe it was a good chance to nurture our students' strength to go on to the world stage in their life. As I see it, the interaction between students from diverse cultural backgrounds in different time zones and places is the greatest achievement we acquired. I thought I could hang out with friends and do fun activities together, even if I don't speak the Laos language. Isn't it a great opportunity to take a step closer to globalization? Perhaps our kids will meet foreigners without fear after the lesson. It has surely played a positive role in accepting other cultures. I felt like that. All the teachers hope the same in the end. We hope to show our kids better things and help them experience more. Personally, it was a precious experience because I felt deep in my heart that all the teachers care for their students above all. It seems like they're becoming more interested in global issues. That's why I try to share with the students the world news and things like that from the morning radio. If I didn't participate in this program and only focused on teaching as usual, I wouldn't have had a chance to learn the world issues in detail and to teach my students about them. I'm thankful to see the students learning the attitude to embrace and be open-minded without prejudice before going into a bigger world. Before it started, I was so worried, to be honest. I was told the lessons would be in English, but wasn't even sure if I could understand. Knowing the cultures are different, I was worried about having a hard time, so I was really anxious, but now those worries are gone. I mean, really, there was nothing different except the language or the culture. I was glad to feel that we are just the same human beings after all. Participating in this program with students and teachers, we got to study and discuss global citizenship education, common global issues, and the sustainable development goals. It seemed like a process of concerning about them little by little. I'm expecting everyone to get a slight idea of global citizenship education and to sympathize with its meaning by the time this program ends. Hopefully, the children will enter the concept of global citizenship education and perceive that there are other ways to develop global citizenship. I consider that the cognitive and behavioral or even practical domain can be learned later in terms of developmental stages. For elementary school students now, the attitude of global citizen is the key, along with learning why GCED is needed and practicing to be a global citizen. I believe we need to focus on practicing that attitude the most. We love the Philippines. Our students could often lose their interest and concern for others whilst being over-concerned on their studies only. However, international exchange encourages them to understand different cultures and overcome their narrow-mindedness. Moreover, to become global citizens, I hope our students have the attitude of carefully looking into various issues this world faces, such as environmental issues and inequality. carrying out the project from the knowledge in my mind into an actual activity with the students required more effort than I expected. And it led me to consider how to teach GSED in a more efficient way as a teacher. Truly, I believe it is worthwhile to try again if there is a chance next time, since this international exchange itself is a canvas for our students to go and paint the world firsthand. The meaning of international exchange goes beyond the exchange with other countries. It means having a sincere concern for other countries and meeting friends and teachers there, which could become students' considerable pride or a source of self-esteem. That value will be inherited. Furthermore, it's a spirit of GSED in a broad perspective. Seeing how Korean and Cambodian students interact and share something mutually amazed me. There was no big difference in carrying out activities under one theme, even though it was done in two different places. In my opinion, this result shows that what I tried to teach has been delivered well to the partner school, and our students successfully communicated with those students abroad. That impressed me very much. I thought it could be interesting to learn other countries' history from the person from that country rather than only by book. It could broaden my perspective and could be very meaningful to me. Since our students will be living in a society where they exchange and communicate with people from different countries across the borders, motivating them to practice and experience it has been our main goal in the program. Wherever in this world, you can find the teachers and students devoted to better education. Now technology allows us to connect with each other using online platforms such as Google Meet and Zoom. Doesn't it show that we are one community on the earth? Yes, that's what came to my mind during the program. With a broader perspective, I hope our students will be reminded that there are people from different backgrounds. It'll be great if this paves a way for understanding cultural diversity. For adults and students, a tiny stimulus can cause unpredictable changes in life. Korean high school students could become narrow-sighted due to the pressure coming from the preparation for the college entrance. I hope this cultural exchange becomes a stepping stone for our students to broaden their perspectives and go and work in a bigger world without setting a limit to their future. I've experienced that our students can have much bigger interest and participate actively in class when it's connected to their daily lives. Thus, it motivated me to address more topics and issues closely related to our students' lives in future classes. I think these students could be little diplomats. It was impossible for them to go and meet students abroad, nor was it easy for these students to come and visit us. Yet, still my students were able to introduce our school and culture however they wanted. They showed their interest in Indonesia and tried to learn about their culture and communicate about it more. I felt lucky we were able to seize this moment together. The 10th anniversary of Asia Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education. Happy 10th anniversary, congratulations. APT 10th anniversary, way to go. Congratulations on the 10th anniversary of APT. Happy 10th anniversary.
Very much for that meaningful video. So watching this special interview, I believe that this program APTA is a very new, a global and a special experience for students to become a global citizen. So thank you once again for that video, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. I believe they will be quite nervous, so let's give a big round of applause once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our group once again.
별들보다 많은 걸 내가 되고 싶은 꿈 저 별들보다 빛날 걸 내가 어른이 되면 되고 싶은 꿈 믿을 수 있나요? 나의 꿈 속에서 너는 마법에 빠진 공주란 걸 언제나 너를 향한 몸짓에 수많은 어려움 뿐이지만 그러나 언제나 굳은 다짐뿐이죠 다시 너를 구하고 말 거라고 두 손을 모아 기도했죠 끝없는 용기와 지혜 달라고 자유롭게 자유롭게 저 하늘을 날아가도 놀라지 말아요 우리 앞에 펼쳐질 세상이 너무나 소중해 함께라면 마음처럼 쉽지 않은 세상에 그댄 작은 꿈을 꾸지만 그대 꿈속에 함께 할 수 있어서 난 항상 감사드려요 그대 내게 소중한 사람 늘 기쁨이 되었죠 언제나 그대 곁에 함께 할 사람 되어요 그대 내게 소중한 사람 늘 기쁨이 되었죠 언제나 그대 곁에 함께 할 사람 되어요 자 여기 모두 모여라 자 여기 모두 모여 저기 아름다운 꿈나라로 달려가자 하늘 향해 희망의 꿈을 향해 우리 다 함께 달려가 보자 푸른 하늘에 꿈을 그려보며 새하얀 구름 마음에 담고 때로는 지쳐 힘들 때 서로의 손을 잡고 일어나
Thank you very much for that cute but also very special stage. It was delivered by Uri Multicultural Children's Choir, and that was really lovely, right? Yes, thank you very much. And let's give another big round of applause to our students. Thank you very much. Lyrics were in Korean, but it was a song of our dreams and hope of bright and a better future. That was really meaningful stage. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this morning session of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. Now we will have lunch. And lunch will be provided as a buffet style in the lobby, so please enjoy yourself. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have many programs left for this conference, so please enjoy your lunch. And also please use this time to network freely with your colleagues and friends. And also please visit the booth in the lobby as well. We will resume our afternoon session after having lunch at 1 p.m. Thank you very much, and I hope you will have a great lunchtime. See you at 1 p.m. here at same venue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the presentation session 1 shortly, so please enter the hall, please be seated. We announced earlier that we will commence this session at 1 p.m., but we will start this session in about 10 minutes from 1:10. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will soon begin. Please be seated. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 1시에 시작하기로 했던 다음 세션 1시 10분에 시작이 될 예정입니다. 잠시 시간이 있습니다. 여러분 함께 준비해 주시고요. 장내로 입장해 주시고 착석을 도와주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 1시 10분부터 시작하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 장례로 입장을 부탁드리겠습니다. 저희는 22년도 우수 사례 발표 세션 바로 시작을 해 보도록 하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our presentation session. Please enter the hall. Please take your seats. As we did before at the morning sessions, we will provide a simultaneous interpretation service as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please select your language of choice by using the receivers on the tables. Thank you. Once again, we will soon begin the 2022 online APTE Best Practice Presentation Session. Please enter the hall. At this session, we will have 4 best practice presentations of our partner countries. So please enter the hall, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the hall. We will commence the session. I hope you had a great lunchtime, and now we will begin the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much. And now we will start the 2022 online APTE Best Practice Presentation. And the teacher exchange program in 2022 was implemented in a school-to-school exchange format, where research groups were organized in schools in Korea and partner countries and had one-on-one partnership. And during this session, the achievements of online teacher exchange program will be shared. And as we informed before, we will have 4 presentations at this session. And first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rina A. Angeles at San Juan City Academic Senior High School from the Philippines. And she will be giving her first presentation at this session. So please welcome her with a big round of applause onto the stage. And today, she will be giving her presentation under the title of APTE, Stories to Tell, Lessons to Share, and Practices to Sustain. Let's welcome her once again with a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rina Angeles from Manila, Philippines. Before I begin my presentation, I would also like to acknowledge our Schools Division Office, San Juan City, teachers and students at San Juan City Academic Senior High School who is watching live via Zoom. As I was attending one of the professional development seminars for teachers, I was hooked by this question being asked by the speaker. When was the last time you did something for the first time? At first, I was stunned with the question, so I repeated it quietly by myself. When was the last time I did something for the first time? Looking back at the journey, I would probably say that's the last time I did or we did something for the first time. Slide number 2. And it's indeed the first time for all of us in the school to participate in an online exchange program. My participation will discuss the first-hand experience of San Juan City Academic Senior High School, our stories to tell, lessons to share, and practices to sustain, including our ways forward. Let's just go back to the presentation. Slide number 2. There you go. My apology, I think there's a technical glitch here. Our humble school is part of the smallest division office in the Philippines, SDO San Juan City, where in the city there are only 9 public schools, 1 national high school, and 2 senior high school, which recently became standalone schools. Slide number 4. Slide number 4. Slide number 4. Yeah, it's correct, but it's not working.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that inconvenience. We are struggling a little bit of our technical issue. Please understand that, but we will soon resume with the presentation. And once again, we're having our first presentation by Ms. Rina A. Angeles from San Juan City Academic Senior High School, and she will be delivering her presentation as the best practices presentation under the title of APTE, Stories to Share and Tell, and the Lessons to Share and Practices to Sustain. We are solving the problem right now, but we will soon begin the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first presentation, and we will have 4 presentations at this session. And for session 2, we will have 4 more. So please use this time to know about other cases that we learned from this program, which is APTE. And that's why we are gathered here to share our insights and knowledge of this program here at the 2022 Ssaem Conference. So please be with us until the very end. And since this year we are gathered here both online and offline, we look forward to your active participation until the very end. And after having these 8 presentations of best practice cases, we will have a panel discussion where we can hear from teachers and the speakers and of course our students who will be joined here at the stage. And we will have an interview session here with their actual voices and opinions as being a part of this program as well. So please stick to us until the very end. I believe we're almost done with solving this problem. Sorry for that inconvenience once again. We ask for your understandings. And ladies and gentlemen, we will provide a simultaneous interpretation service as well. I believe there are some participants still now wearing their receivers on it. Some presentations will be delivered in Korean as well. If you need a translation service, please use your receivers as well. And today's programs will be done at 6 p.m. Korean Standard Time. It's quite a long conference, but once again, thank you for your time today. Thank you for waiting, and I hope that we can resume with our presentation. Yes. So now we would like to go back to the presentation delivered by Ms. Rina A. Angeles from San Juan City Academic Senior High School. Yes, let's welcome her once again with a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Things like this happen when it's live, right? So teacher needs to be versatile as we are actually the PowerPoint itself, correct? So to cheer me up, can you give me again a round of applause? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, so as I was attending a while ago, the question was, when was the last time I did something for the first time? Can you try to imagine when was the last time you did something for the first time? All right, looking back at the school journey, I would probably say that that's the last time I did something for the first time. It is indeed the first time for all of us in the school to participate in an online exchange program. So my presentation will discuss the first-hand experience at San Juan City Academic Senior High School, our stories to tell, lessons to share, and practices to sustain. Our humble school is part of the smallest schools division office in the Philippines, SDO San Juan City. Whereas in the city, there are only 9 public schools, 1 national high school, and 2 senior high school, which recently became standalone school. As you may see in the screen, 1 out of 5 teachers has experienced participating in an online exchange program, and none from the students. As mentioned, 1 out of 5 teachers experienced cultural exchange, and that was me. In 2013, imagine 9 years ago, I am the senior, I think, here. I participated in a Korea-Philippines teacher exchange program, and I was assigned to elementary school in Gyeonggi-do, where I'm the only Filipino teacher. The lesson focused in language and culture with elementary students. In 2022, I was fortunate to be given another chance to participate in the program virtually, from individual teaching to team teaching. Focused discussions are not just about the language and culture, but the sustainable development goals towards global citizenship. Our core team from senior high school came from different fields of specialization. One specializes accountancy, business, and administration. 2 majors in social sciences, and the other in language and literature. Considering the teachers' and students' background, we have come up with the 3 main focuses of our discussion. The SDG 10, reduce inequalities. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Most of our senior high school students are from ages 16 to 20 and from accountancy, business, and management. Then followed by STEM students, humanities students, and general academic strand. Since we have a specialized teacher, which is the ABM teacher, we focus our project on responsible consumption and production so that we can have a more meaningful discussion. Our key to dynamic and collaborative discussion is getting into the heart and passion of our teen students. We use arts as unifying technique in collaborative learning and exhibited outputs through social media platforms. Since students are very active in social media, we made TikTok videos every end of the session and then posted it in our social media account. One way of promoting GSED advocacy and reaching out to our community. For the lesson 1, we have their mandala piece art. Lesson 2, we have the painting reusable bags under the project SINOP. Lesson 3, promoting equalities through performing arts or dancing. Meanwhile, we have integrated our project SINOP, in lesson 2. The idea of which is not to pressure our students into making an output, but for them to really enjoy and appreciate every details and idea they're going to pour into their activity. The hand-painted reusable bags were sent to our partner schools together with some native items from the Philippines. And to give you the glimpse of our TikTok video, let's watch all together. See the video.
Sport has infinite possibilities.
This one. This one. The TikTok video. TikTok video. The video. It's not. All right. Shall I continue? Our national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, once said, but I hope the video will be playing here. Let's see. Slide number 8.
That must never be destroyed by doping or other factors. Play True 2020 firstly puts the question, what true value of sport do we want to protect from doping? By engaging the people of the world, Play True 2020 initiated various projects for the true value of sport.
It was a great environment, Jada.
Our national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, once said, ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. In English, the youth is the hope of our nation. We asked our students their main takeaways in the program, and let's see some presentation here of the main takeaways. Their thoughtful feedbacks needs continued support to maintain and sustain what we have taught them during the entire program. And here are some of the lessons to share. When we ask the students their main takeaways, randomly, the students answer, for me, the program taught us not just to socialize and understand other culture, but also they taught us about the issues or problems that are experienced worldwide. They also have shared information about the topic and ways on how to deal with issues and share some experience regarding the topics that have been discussed. And you can also see some of the feedback from our student number 6, 9, and student number 40. We have 60 students participated in the program. And as we have joined the community of GSED advocates, these practices could help us sustain what we have started. Celebration of success or celebration of learning, let us celebrate small wins and appreciate and recognize the contribution made by everyone. During the celebration of learning, schools present teacher-student success story, showcase students' outputs and talents, moreover, express support by voluntarily taking the oath of GSED and signing on the Pledge of Commitment Board. We also take this opportunity to engage with various stakeholders who can be very helpful for helping us spread awareness campaign in our program, leading to the sustainability of what we have started. And as we open spaces for collaboration and spaces for communication, we can get feedback from our community regarding what we should be the top priorities that need to be addressed and advocacies that need to be reinforced, among others. And as for our students, the top 3 SDGs they wish to learn more about is SDG number 5, which is gender equality, SDG 14, quality education, SDG 1 and 3, no poverty and good health and well-being. And where did we start? Or where can we start? It's of course in the home and in the school. Moreover, we asked them to describe their overall exchange experience, and the result is presented on screen. Majority of the students agree that it's excellent and amazing. With these responses, we wish to continue what we have started. We look forward to a dynamic community of practice of GSED advocates, learning together with a shared goal. Let us continue in debating and finding ways to embed GSED in the school and the community. Let us be the agent of change and champion of GSED. And as I always say in every talk that I have, no one holds the monopoly of knowledge. We need to share, educate, and be the channel of blessing to others. And with that, maraming salamat po. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Ms. Angeles, for that meaningful presentation and opening up this session. And ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that inconvenience, but thank you very much for your understandings. And next up, we are joined by our second presenter. This time, please join me in welcoming Namjil Dozik Kongorsul of Naran Secondary School in Mongolia. So now let's welcome our presenter with a big round of applause onto the stage.
Good afternoon.
Jen, please use the microphone. Thank you. You can just use it.
Hello, good afternoon. Before I begin my presentation, let me introduce myself. I am Kongoruzul Namjil Dorj, and I come from a city that is a bit far from Ulaanbaatar, our capital. And for the happiness of our students and for GCED education, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts that the teachers have been putting in place. And Mongolia is a very important country, and we are the birthplace of Genghis Khan, who was born 860 years ago. And I'd like to congratulate the 10th anniversary of APTE. In 2018, I participated in this APTE program, and I worked in the Namyang Elementary School in Namyang-gu for 3 months, and the teacher Lee was my mentor, and many of the Korean teachers taught me much as well. And in 2022, I decided to participate in the online education exchange program, and it was a great honor for me to participate. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce to you the teachers, the students who participated in this exchange program, the activities, as well as the experience and the results. Our school, Naransum Secondary School in Sukbatar Province, was established in 1955, and it is located in the southeastern border of Mongolia. And so it's in a remote location. There are 19 teachers and staff and 278 students currently studying at our school. The biggest characteristic is that 60% of our students are children of nomadic and herder families. And so during COVID, the nomadic and herder family students could not come to school. And so that was a new challenge that we had to deal with during COVID. And so we decided to provide training to our teachers to be able to conduct online classes. So we had to come up with new methodologies for online classes. And our vision is to develop as global citizens who are self-confident and respectful of other cultures and the diversity. And by participating in the 2022 online teacher exchange program, we were able to learn a lot, going beyond the physical borders and time limitations. And our teachers and students had the opportunity to learn about multiculturalism and develop their 21st century global citizenship skills. So now I'd like to talk about the teachers who participated and the students who participate in our program. So we have, I was a team leader. We have English teachers, Geren Chimeg, and Chinzorig and Nasanbat were the elementary school teachers who participated, and history teacher Oyuntung Galag also participated as team members. With the Chusang Elementary School in Korea, we participated and cooperated for this program. And Lee Sang-un teacher was really helpful to us for 3 months, and also the students and all the teachers also really worked hard to make this a successful program. We were able to learn in that process. In the case of the students, they were first graders to sixth graders, so all students participated, and the Korean students were very confident, and they had very good self-expression abilities, which was quite impressive. In the case of our school, Naransum School, Class 4A participated in the program, and there are 24 students that are in this class. And the characteristics of them is that 80% of them come from herder and pastoral families. And because of COVID, from first grade, they were not able to attend class, physical class, for 2.5 years. And so because many of their families were herder, nomadic families, their homes would be located from 5 kilometers to as far as 64 kilometers away from the school. So it was difficult for the teachers to meet with the students personally. And we also did not have the technological infrastructure to provide online classes from the beginning. And so the students experienced many learning losses, educational losses, and loss in their social skills. And so, although it was a short time, for 3 months, our Mongolian students were able to meet with the Korean students, and there were many positive results that ensued from the program. And it also provided good opportunities to the students, and this enhanced self-confidence of the students. And we do have a lot of similarities with the Chusang Elementary School in Korea. First is that we are both located in remote areas in our countries, and farming and livestock were a lot of the livelihoods in this region. And this year's APTE One of its leading characteristic was that it was all of the programs, in fact, were online programs. And so we had 6 rounds of online classes, and we had the students meet real time online. And this provided a lot of good memories to the students and also formed an environment that is conducive for mutual learning. And the first class we had with Chusang Elementary School was led by teacher Kim Se-yeon of Korea. So the class was on Korean traditional culture or national culture. It was an online plus offline hybrid type of or format of class. And so for us from Mongolia, it was actually a very, very unique and wonderful experience. And to the Mongolian teachers, or based on our learning, we had a hybrid type of learning. I understand that teacher Kim Se-yeon is here with us, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the teacher personally. In the case of Naransum School, we had teacher Gerel Chip to lead a class on Hello, My Friends. And this class was an opportunity to teach Mongolian folk songs to Korean students, to also about the Mongolian culture. Although because of translation it was time consuming, I think the overall achievement was quite possible in that we were able to learn a lot. And we also used the Tonggoru teaching method, which is quite effective for e-learning for students from different language and cultural backgrounds. And so we use the e-classes as opportunities to communicate with each other, to learn from each other. And so the Tonggoru teaching classes was well received. There were a lot of benefits that we could derive. We were able to save class time, and there was in-depth learning about the specific contents that we were dealing with during class. And also it encouraged very creative activities, and it was quite easy for these teachers and the students to communicate with each other. There was a lot of interactive sessions as well, and the Korean teachers and the Mongolian teachers were able to learn a lot of the new teaching techniques from each other as well. And to encourage participation of the students, we had the different types of events and activities. And through Nasamba teachers class, we also taught Mongolian songs to the Korean students. And this also led to higher confidence of all of the participating students and heightened interest in the ensuing classes as a result. With Chusang Elementary School in Korea, teacher Shin Eun-hae of Chusang Elementary School taught the sewing class from Korea. And after the Mongolian students attended the class, they came up with very good artworks after learning. And teacher Lee Seung-yeon taught about the difference in the weather patterns between the two countries, which was a very interesting and very impressive class for the participants. And the students also did creative activities, came up with creative works. And Chinjaru teacher and Tongolek teacher of Mongolia also introduced the making bookmarks the Mongolian way to the students. So there were many opportunities for the students to have hands-on learning and creative activities. And the students of both countries also had sent small parcels to each other, and in the parcels we sent a lot of different items from our countries. We also had traditional plays, wearing of traditional costumes, eating traditional food sessions. And the exchange of parcels also led to the building of a culture corner where other students could enjoy and appreciate. And this, I believe, is going to continue to enhance mutual communication and understanding. And the online classes, we hope, will continue on through more convenient technology and methodology adoption. And for the students, they were able to learn about multiculturalism and their own traditions. They had higher passion for learning, and they were able to grow their ability for self-expression. And we were able to see for ourselves that, in fact, these abilities of the students were enhanced greatly. As for the benefits that the teachers received, the teachers learned the ability to use technologies in a new electronic environment, and their understanding of multiculturalism also was enhanced. And also, they learned how to teach students from other countries. And not only with Chusang Elementary School, but with other Korean schools and with schools in other countries, we hope to expand our exchanges and cooperation. And we hope to establish an online class database so that we can form an environment which would allow us to teach our students in a much smoother and better environment. And Mongolia has a small population with a wide land area. And so each student, or finding each student living in remote areas, that is the type of passion that we hope to show to our students as teachers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. That was our second presentation, and we will have two more presentations at this session. So our third presenter will be Gayatri Mayang of Suman 1, Logos Sempiteruna Budaya Banui Wangi. And this time we will have a presentation under the title of Saving the Earth Through Understanding the Diversity. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Okay. I'm feeling so nervous, but then I remember I'm not standing alone here because I accompanied with my baby in my belly. So let's start the presentation. Selamat siang, annyeonghaseyo, good afternoon to all of the participants in the 2022 Ssaem Conference. In this opportunity, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education of Korea, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia, APSIU, and all of the honorable teachers who promote GCED programs. I am Gayatri Mayang Handayani, an English teacher in Senior High School 1, Rogo Jampi, Taruna Budaya, Banyuwangi, a representative from Indonesia for the 2022 Best Online APTE practice. I'd like to share our 3 months journey with APTE program. Saving the earth through understanding diversity is our main goal. Knowing that Indonesia is a big country with thousands of islands, hundreds of races, ethnic groups, and languages make a harmonious diversity. Despite this fact, global environment issues arise due to those things. Becoming one of the participants in this event, as a teacher, I want to make students care about this problem. Then my story will cover 4 main parts: the school exchange, the preparation for Indonesia-Korea Teacher Exchange Program, and then teaching process and students project, and the last is the implication of Indonesia-Korea Teacher Exchange Program. The exchange school are Suju High School and Senior High School 1 Rogo Jampi, Taruna Budaya Banyuwangi. They were 24 students and 5 teachers who joined this program. While from my school, there were 58 students and 4 teachers who joined the program. Here are the 4 teachers in my study group. I choose the name Taruna Budaya as the name of the study group since Taruna means a man or woman, while Budaya means culture. So in short, it means the representative of the culture. Me, Gayatri Mai Handayani, as the leader of the study group, and then Mrs. Ilu Lukanis, an art and culture teacher. She is a maestro who creates many traditional dances. And then Mr. Supriyadi, an English teacher, who is also expert on Japanese. And the last is Mr. Henry Fradias, an art and culture teacher who is a master in modern dance. At least, there were 3 things that we had done in preparation time. The first things, the staff from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia came to visit our schools, checking the readiness and all of the facilities supported the program. The coordination and Zoom meeting between 2 schools were done in early August. We were getting to know each other and then introducing the member and also the school condition. The last one, sharing and discussing via Talk. Here, my best partner, Jion, thank you, from Suju High School. She is always 24/7 for me to discuss all the things regarding the program. Both of the school agree to conduct 3 classes for exchange teacher and 3 meetings for the students project. So here is the schedule set by both of the school. The first lesson by an Indonesian teacher was conducted by me. The goal of this first lesson was to know the diversity in Indonesia, especially the 6 official religions and how they celebrate their holiday. At the end of the lesson, the students were asked to make a campaign to fight for the food waste. And then, next to the second lesson was conducted collaboratively by Mrs. Ilu and Mr. Henry. They taught the history and the basic movement of Banyuwangi traditional dance to Korean students. There were approximately 11 basic movements of traditionals, including foot, hand, and body movement. So here's the picture of the students. So lovely. And then the third lesson was conducted by Mr. Supri. Actually, Japanese is one of the ethnic groups in Indonesia which has the biggest population in Indonesia. As part of the Japanese people, we want to teach the special letter that we have. The letter that we have is different from Indonesian letter. There are 20 characters of Japanese letter. So it's really fascinating to see the students learning new things. Now we are moving to the main activity for the students, which is the students project. On this project, we wanted the students to make 2 outputs, video and also a magazine. As mentioned before, we prepared 3 meetings for the real time online. The title of students project is Intercultural Understanding Based on School Life. And this project is led by Ms. So Jin Hong. So in order to understand the diversity which each school has, we wanted the students to share their every time habit in school. The objective of this project was student-centered collaboration and an understanding of the school culture. The first day of the project was exploring topics that students wanted to know in each school. There were 4 most wanted topics that students chose. They were after-school activity, school festival, break time, and club activity. They were asked to make a video to be presented in the next meeting. Before coming to the second day, the students uploaded the video on Google Classroom. They were also leaving comments and questions to other groups' work. On the second day, the students from both countries gathered in a Zoom meeting to see the full video from all groups and did discussion. After finishing making the video, the students were asked to make a magazine based on the information they get from the video. This task was not the same as before since they had to write down the country's school cultures. So the Indonesian group of after-school activity would write a magazine based on the video made by Korean group of after-school activity and vice versa. On the third meeting using Padlet, the students gave comments and appreciation for other groups' work. And these are the result of the students' magazine, and all of you also can see directly on the booth outside. Having 3 months journey is not simply talking about memories, but far from that is the positive implication that we got. Of course, both teacher and students were feeling so much positive vibes. The intercultural sensitivity and competence of the students are strengthened. Cultural differences and unfamiliar behavior are better accepted and integrated into personal behavior. By getting global exposure, my students learn ways the world that opens up their mind and make them capable of thinking out of the box. By mingling with other students from different cultural communities also gives them an international perspectives for their future to living abroad. For the last implication, not only receiving and observing other cultures, the students also become the pioneer and ambassador of their own culture. While for us, as a teacher, this program expands and enriches the teacher's pedagogical expertise. Having teachers' teamwork, giving new perspective and ways to collaborate and implement the current method of teaching. Not only that, but we also have new cultural learning experience. To make it more visual, let's watch the Indonesia-Korea Teacher Exchange 2022 recap in this video.
하나 있고 너 하나 있는 그곳이 내 오랜 밤이었어. 사랑해란 말이 머뭇거리여도 거짓은 없었어. 난 하나 있고 참 조용했던 그곳이 내 오랜 밤이었어. 어둠 속에서도 잠 이루지 못해 흐느껴오는 너의 목소리.
그대 곁이면 그저 곁에서만 있어도 행복했단 걸. 그 사실까지 나쁘게 추억 말아요. 오랜 날 오랜 밤 동안 정말 사랑했어.
자요 안녕 그 말 끝으로 흐른 시간은 오랜 날 같았어. 우린 서로에게 깊어져 있었고 난 그게 두려워. 넌 가만히 있고 나도 그러했던 순간은 우리 오랜 날을 함께한 시간을 아무런 의미도 없듯이 추억만 하게 하겠죠.
그대 곁이면 그저 곁에서만 있어.
So much fun, knowledge, and memories. I hope this new bonding between the two schools doesn't stop at the end of the program, but we can continue to do other meaningful program. For the closing, I will take the quote from Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, the former Prime Minister of India. He said, "Culture is the widening of the mind and spirit." So by understanding many cultures in the world, you will fulfill the need of your mind and change it to tolerate, fulfilling the spirit, and also changing it to respect. I am Gayatri Mainghandayani. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have our last presentation of this session. Next up, we're joined by Rotana Prum of Hunsang Angsunol High School in Cambodia. And this time, the presentation will be under the theme of Cambodia-Korea GCED Project Exchange. And after having that presentation, right after it, we will have a presentation by the students of Seon High School, a partner school. So let's welcome our presenter with a big round of applause.
준비했어? 안녕하세요. A very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, representative, teacher from all the participating countries. Regardless to the COVID-19 pandemic, 2022 Asia-Pacific Teacher Exchange is resumed by following distance learning procedure, where on and offline activity were operated. Under the themes Global Citizenship Education, each pair of partner schools had discussed and adopted a variety of joint learning activity. So I have sit and listened to a few exchange activity from Indonesia, Mongolia, and Filipino. It's very interesting, and I learned a lot from you all. Thank you for coming and share today. And I am also eager to share mine as well. So to start with, let me introduce myself a little bit. My name is Prum Ratana. You can call me Ratana. I am a teacher of English of Hunsan Angsnul High School. So today my presentation will be about the activity summary between the exchange of Hunsan Angsnul High School and the Seon High School of the Republic of Korea. To start with, there are 4 contents of my presentation. The first one will be activity plan that mainly discuss objective and the learning process. And the second one will be class procedure. I will briefly share on how we operate the joint online classroom within its focus. The third one is about the lesson learned and implication of the program. We will talk about schools, teacher, and the student themselves. And the last one will be a reflection videos. So let's move to the first one, project work. So regardless to under a careful discussion and consideration with our partner school, Seon High School, we decided to run a project called Think Globally, Act Locally. So rather focus on cultural exchange, we believe that these projects will benefit high school students at a certain level, which 4 objectives were set. So the first objective is to provoke student awareness on global and local issues, mainly to understand the issue that happened in Korea and Cambodia. The second one is to train student critical thinking, presentation skills. Through learning autonomy, we introduce project-based learning to students and collaboration work. The third one, to allow students to engage in problem-solving activity and to be a change agent to the problems in their communities. The fourth one is to learn from foreign friends so that they could familiar with each other's society. So the last thing, we want them to communicate through social media, mainly Kakao Talk. So to meet all the objectives that were set, we brought two kinds of learning method. The first one is change maker procedure. So this skill we train students to be more empathic, to be thoughtful of each other and what they are doing by enacting their creativity to work with the assigned topics. At the same time, they learn to work as a team by dealing with team management and problem-solving skills. More importantly, project-based learning activity or procedure is conducted as well to introduce all learning activity to increase student learner autonomy, which four steps. First, we set the scope of the topic study, we scope down. The second one, to inquire more information and the root cause of the problem. This one, we conduct more research, more reading, and more discussion by themselves. The third one is to seek for a possible solution. It means students will start using what they have researched and think of what is possible for them to contribute to the society. And the last one is to do and share. I mean, how would they introduce what they have learned to their schoolmates as well? So here, we were trying to engage students by using Padlet as the main means to communicate, where students can share the progress and learn from each other. They upload their project progress on Padlet. Okay. I'm sorry. So let me talk slide. Okay. No. Yep. So, I'm sorry. So we were trying to engage students by using Padlet as the main means to communicate and share their project's progress and learn from each other. So from weeks to weeks, students upload their project progress on the Padlet, as you can see in the slide. They comment and drop the questions so that other group can preview and later students can make change for better works. So also, individual mission also provided on another Padlet as well. So in each and every 2 weeks, teacher will take turn and giving fun mission to the student using our Padlet. So let's move back a little bit to how we specifically run the exchange projects. So we totally had 16 Korean students. They are all present here today as well. And with 25 Cambodian students involved with this program. They were teamed up to form 9 different groups, 5 Cambodian team and 4 Korean side. So each group were paired up and assigned to work on different themes such as education, media literacy, zero waste, animal rights issue. They were set by considering the relevance and importance of SDG for each country. These were set students, so within the theme provided, students scoped down their topic interest and proceeded their PBL learning activity, project-based learning activities. So here is how each team scope down their topic focus based on the theme provided in according to the SDG relevance and issue in both countries. Okay, let's look at the lesson format and method. So we totally had 3 different joint online class within 5 offline class. The schedule is seem easy for students to follow, but it took a long time to work from one stage to another. Since it is likely to be more learner center, we want students to do more other than we physically be there and work as a presenter. So we teachers were trying to assist students as less as possible so that students can use their potential and learn about teamwork by themselves. At the same time, we help facilitate them as well as soon as they encounter any difficulty. So let me briefly talk about class procedure. So actually it's not much different from one online class to another. So for pre-class, students have to upload what they have worked or upload their progress so that other team can check, review, give comment, and ask the questions. So, and some of them, by the end of activity, this one is for the last class. Some students, they upload their video to the social media so they can contribute what they have learned to others people. So during the class, each team, so basically we have 9 teams. Each team has 3 minutes for presentation in English, and then after the presentation, we will Q&A session where the students drop the question early during their presentation on Padlet. And then we wrap up the session. Here is what they use slide for doing presentation. The slides were created by themselves. Q&A, they ask the question in advance, either in Korean, in English, or in Khmer language, it at their convenience. And you make curious to hear more about the lesson learned and implication. So the project itself is look more academics. So how would students reflect to such the collaboration? Of course, in order to understand students, we cannot just use our observation. I also asked several questions to students as well. The first question, what have they done? The second question, whether all the activity meet the expectation. The third one, what they specially learn from the program, because different students may learn differently. 4, have they faced any challenge and how would they overcome those? So within these these several questions, I got that. So the first one, students, they improve their mutual understanding and social engagement. Students realize the cause of the problem in their community and seek for possible contributions. They understand about what happened in other countries and the way of life as well. We don't directly show them or address them in classroom, but they may search for more information that make the knowledge and skill broader. The second one is about improving problem solving and collaboration skill. Students learn to work as a team and to develop the idea and projects. And the second one, students learn to compromise on the opinions and develop a sense of belonging and responsibility. At this sense, not all the students are family or ready to work as a team. More of them like to work individually. So this is the best opportunity for them to learn how to work as a team and how to compromise the problems. The third one is about critical thinking and research. Since we conduct project-based learning, it requires more student activity. So they develop their logics and thinking skill within evidence. They do not just talk, but they use the evidence from the reliable source and from their reality to share with others. The first one is about ICT skill. Well, not all the students are competent in ICT, but at this time, they learn and teach each other to use different applications on smartphone, to do slide presentation, to make a video. They can even put subtitle and make the animation video better than I do. Language and presentation skills. So students start to build confidence in delivering their idea to the foreign friends in English. So before the first class, all the students were so nervous from both Korean and Cambodian sides. They conduct a lot of rehearsal, sometimes they miss the point, but after the first class, they start to build confidence and find it easier to communicate despite of different language. And the second one, they improve and sharpen their language skill, especially English. So different country have different accent in speaking a foreign language. So this is an opportunity for them to familiar themselves with how do people from different society communicate. And the second part will be about school and teacher. Here I focus on 4 main points. The first one is about extracurricular activity. Actually, project-based learning is introduced in curriculum, but we don't really conduct it effectively because of we are lacking of times and about the resource as well. But after I collaborate with my peer partner school, I'm so thankful to the lead teacher and all the teachers as well who brought out this project, which is very useful and productive for my school as well. So I'm thinking, no, it's not thinking, we are thinking that we will conduct this activity as like annually. The second one is motivation and mentorship. Many students need motivation from the teacher. They want, sometimes they are too afraid to reach us. So we teachers should know how each student learn and communicate, because to my experience, many students told me that, teacher, I want to get more advice about this and that, but I'm too afraid to reach them. I'm afraid my voice, my speaking is not appropriate enough. And mentorship, we teachers learn how to lead the student and within the facilitation. The third one is school partnership. It is very useful and impactful activity. I'm so thankful for FCU who organized this program. So we will learn not only about methodology, not only about cultural and global issues, but the way of life. How we run one program effectively despite the distance. And the last one, building capacity on GCED and teaching methodology. So far, as you have heard, we conduct many things. It's look more academic, but I think it's more fun and critical to fit in high school student levels. So student reflection. So here is, since all the students are present here, you are going to hear a reflection from students of Zion High School within their special performance. Yorobun, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, so please give that big applause. Thank you.
Hello, I always have questions I'd like to know about the world. Where is this? And who are you? Who are these friends? I should get to know them through MBTI. Hi, guys. What's your MBTI? I'm ISTJ. I'm ENTP. I'm also ENTP. I'd like to know, why aren't you answering, second friend? No one asks about MBTI these days. Everything is about GCED. What? GCED? I'd like to know. What is it? ZAIM. ZAIM? Zyme? I'd like to know. What is that? Z, zero waste. A, animal rights. I, inequality. M, media literacy. Wow, that's very interesting. So who are you and what have you done? Hi, I'm Kang Hye-won of Zero Waste Team. We are a team of friends interested in the environment. Through problem exploration activities, we became interested in fast fashion, which has an impact on the climate crisis. Many people were unaware of this problem more than we thought, so we ran a campaign introducing to other students how to make hairpins and hairbands using clothes they no longer wear. We also collected unworn clothes from school members and donated them to a local secondhand shop. Hi, I'm Jung Hyun-wook of the Animal Rights Team. We are a team of friends who love animals. During research activities, we decided that we wanted to solve the conflict among people over taking care of stray cats. With the advice of a veterinarian and the help of the Pucheon City Hall, we helped neuter stray cats living in our school. Some people think that neutering cats is unethical, but we think it is inevitable for humans and cats to coexist in the city. We got to know a cat cafe that cares for and helps the adoption of stray cats in the community. Volunteering there made us want more people to know that animals are precious lives that coexist with people. Hi, I'm Song Hye-ju of the Inequality Team. We are a team of friends who dream of an equal world. Through research activities, we became particularly interested in visual impairment. Wanting to learn more about the daily inconveniences the visually impaired are experiencing, we visited a local library for those with visual disabilities. There, we were able to meet the visually impaired and hear their stories vividly. Through that meeting, we realized that people must learn the basic manners when interacting with the visually impaired, so we ran a campaign for schoolmates and teachers. We remember being very grateful for all of the interest and participation of so many people during our campaign. Hi, I'm Han Suyok of the Media Literacy Team. We're a team of friends who are interested in media. Our team studied media literacy by reading a book entitled Am I the Only One Who is Uncomfortable with This Scene? Because the topic was initially difficult for us. In this book, various hatred and discrimination in the media were introduced. Because we were doing international exchange with our Cambodian friends, we became particularly interested in xenophobic hatred. So we wanted to meet foreigners living in Korea and hear their stories. After twists and turns, we were able to meet and interview college students from Cambodia and a peer from China. After doing so many activities, we thought we should share what we explored with our school friends. So, we developed creative activities class for each group and ran the classes ourselves. And more than what we expected, our friends participated so actively in the creative activities, so we were grateful and touched. Wow, your activities were very diverse indeed. I'd like to know, is there a particularly memorable experience that you'd like to share? Through the campaign, we delivered clothes donated by our school students to a local secondhand shop called Beautiful Store. At that time, I saw college students volunteering for resource circulation working there, and I resolved to also volunteer when I become a college student. It was a moment when I realized that there are more things I can do to make the world a better place than I thought possible. While doing this activity, we learned that there are stray cats at our school and started taking care of them. But there were also people who objected to us caring for the cats. Also, caring for the cat was made more difficult by the raccoons who showed up to eat the cat food. My heart was heavy when I faced a situation in which the opinions in the community collided and conflicts arose over caring for cats. It was an opportunity to think about how humans and animals can live well together. The most memorable moment was when we went to distribute stickers for guide dogs for the blind. I was upset that there were many stores that refused or were uncomfortable with guide dogs, even though they are legally allowed to enter. We visited the shops around our school and explained to them the purpose of our activity and attached these stickers. I was worried that we might be rejected. However, we were so grateful that many more stores willingly participated. The thing I remember the most is inviting international residents living here in Korea for the interviews. I contacted multicultural organizations and alternative schools in the local community, but it was difficult to find interviewees from Cambodia. Despite the fact that there are quite a number of foreigners living here, the communication between them and the local community seemed not smooth. And it was unfortunate to see that. In the end, because we are a media literacy team, we decided to find interviewees through social media. After diligently searching YouTube, we found a Cambodian college student appearing on a channel. We sent an Instagram message, but he had a busy schedule, and so introduced his friends instead. Thankfully, we met them, interviewed them, and received help with Khmer language interpretation. Perhaps because the process of meeting them was not easy, the connection we had with them was more precious, and we were very grateful. Wow, you've all worked so hard in your respective places. I'm curious to know, what changes have you seen before and after the activities? Before, we didn't know much about GCED. We knew the global environment was threatened, but we didn't know what to do about it. But now we realize that the way we can protect the earth is much closer than we had thought. So we like animals, but we never thought about animal rights. Like human rights, we realize that animal rights are very important. That's right. In the past, I always thought of people with disabilities as those in unfortunate circumstances who needed help. However, through this opportunity, I learned that they are not lacking, they just have some inconveniences, and that special manners are required when interacting with them. And it was so shocking to know that the media which I'm always exposed to contains hate and discrimination that I never thought of. I feel like I'm starting to see a lot of things that I didn't notice before. You guys have come to look at the world with much more delicate and rich sensitivity than before. I think that is so cool. Wow, time really flies. Are there any last words you want to share? Thank you to the Cambodian teachers and friends who worked with us on the project for a long time. In particular, despite the time difference, I think the project was completed beautifully because they were very considerate of our schedules whenever we met in real time. Teacher Rotana, we love you. I'm grateful to the Zion High School teachers. Just a moment. I'd like to thank you all, to our teachers, for your help behind the scenes, and to our Zion High School friends who worked hard in their respective positions and made the project shine. You all did a wonderful job. Lastly, we'd like to thank the Ministry of Education and UNESCO APSEU for setting the stage for such a wonderful event. Does it seem like the end now that we're saying goodbye? No, no, no. It's only the beginning. What's your GCED?
Thank you very much, and let's give a big round of applause. Thank you to students from Sion High School. Thank you. I believe they practiced a lot for this stage, right? So ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to our students. Thank you. As it was mentioned several times today, I believe this experience for our students will play a very important role in their future and life as well. Thank you very much for that meaningful stage, and thank you for those whole program they had spent with their partner country and school and the teachers. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a presentation that we can have a chance to know how hard our teachers and students worked hard to minimize the learning loss amid this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for your hard work and support, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will have a short break, about 10 minutes, and we will come back with our second session for the best practice presentations. Please enjoy this break. And there are two important announcements. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, we do have a certificate for our participants. So if you have to leave, please go to the information desk at the entrance for this certification. And one more information is about the teaching materials in the lobby. You can take those except those with display labels on it, so you can take it home. Please use a lot of our information, and thank you very much. And I will deliver this same announcement in Korean as well. 네, 여러분 잠시 휴식 시간 갖기 전에 안내 말씀 두 가지 드리겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째는요, 2022년 하반기 온라인 교육 교류 사업 참가하신 교사분들 꼭 떠나시기 전에 플라네츠 수료증 저희가 준비를 해 두었기 때문에 꼭 받아가시기를 바라겠고요. 또 하반기 온라인 교육 교류 사업의 경우에는요, 교사 개인과 학교 이렇게 두 종류의 수료증이 존재합니다. 꼭 확인하시고 이석하시기 전에 받아가시길 바라겠습니다. 두 번째 안내 말씀은요, 저희 로비에 전시된 부스 보셨죠? 그곳에 있는 이제 교육 자료들은요, 디스플레이 레벨이 붙지 않은 것들은 가져가실 수가 있기 때문에 많이 방문해 주시고 또 가져가 주시고 교육 자료를 써주시면 고맙겠습니다. 여러분 저희는 잠시 휴식 시간 갖고 2시 40분경에 다시 인사드리겠습니다. Please enjoy your break. Thank you. 네, 여러분, 저희 잠시 후 45분부터 다음 세션 이어나가겠습니다. 아직 장내로 입장하지 않으신 분들 입장해 주시고요. 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the next session from 45. Please enter the hall. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The best follow-up practices presentation session will begin shortly. Please enter the hall. Please take your seats. 네, 여러분 저희가 말씀드린 시간입니다. 아직 장내로 입장하지 않으신 분들 좀 계시는데요. 장내로 입장해 주시고 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with the session. Please enter the hall. We will soon begin the best follow-up practices presentation session. So please enter the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. 네, 여러분 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 아직 장내로 입장하지 않으신 분들 입장을 서둘러 해주시면 고맙겠습니다. May I ask all speakers and our participants, please enter the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence today and thank you for staying with us. Now we will resume with our sessions. This time we will begin the presentation session for the best follow-up activities. And during this session, the previous participants will talk about how the follow-up activities started and proceed, and they will introduce follow-up activities in various forms. We will have 4 presentations at this session. So now please allow me to invite our first presenter. First, Ms. Noemi S. Beza of Malabo National High School from the Philippines will give her speech under the title of Pigeon, or Project One Commit to Global Citizenship Education through Online Newspaper. Now please join me in welcoming our first presenter onto the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 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 Hello. Okay. Thank you. 안녕하세요. A pleasant day to everyone. I am Ms. Noemi S. Baisa. I'm a Filipino delegate on the 2019 Korea-Philippines Teacher Exchange Program, or KPTEP. My KPTEP journey, which introduced me to the Sustainable Development Goals and Global Citizenship Education, made me realize that imparting knowledge to my students is good, but my role as a teacher does not stop there. I realized that my profession as a teacher actually gives me an opportunity to do more, a chance to transform societies, to build a better world. And that's exactly what I intended to do when I formed PJON, Project I Commit to Global Citizenship Education through online newspaper. Target 4.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals of the Education 2030 Agenda and Framework for Action calls on countries to ensure that all learners are provided with the knowledge and skills to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. This is the basis of PJON. PJON is an online publication I initiated together with the former and current campus journalists of PJONair, the official publication of Malabon National High School in the Schools Division Office of Malabon City, National Capital Region, Philippines. It is mainly of the students, by the students, for the students. PJON is designed to promote GSED and the SDGs. It features works of students that focus on awareness of different local, national, and global issues. It delivers articles from different categories: news, features, science, opinion. It also publishes artworks such as photos, illustrations, and literary pieces. In PJON, we dream of a world inhabited by people who are inherently peace-loving, just and tolerant, who believe in the interconnectedness of all people beyond race, culture, religion, language, gender, and beliefs, and who work and act responsibly and conscientiously as part of one global community. So we made it our mission to become a catalyst for change in creating a global community and in inspiring global citizens by upholding our pledge to educate, to enlighten, and empower the youth. When I formed PJON, I knew right away that I would be working with my students. So I reached out to them, introduced to them the SDGs and GSED, and invited them to be part of this advocacy. I was very fortunate because a lot of them heeded the call. That was in November 2019. And you know what happened next. We were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. And that was a big challenge for PJON. We were just starting then. But I was grateful and blessed that I had an amazing staff. Everyone worked so hard amidst the pandemic. Articles were written, edited, laid out. The website was designed, critiqued, and finalized by the team. Social media accounts were created for publicity and promotion. Teasers were made. And all of this happened, all of this were done while we were confined in our respective homes, because that time, community quarantine in our country was already implemented. And then finally, after all the hard work we put into Pigeon, we opened the website for public access in April 2020. Just like any project, the work does not end in the implementation stage. We wanted to know how Pigeon actually made an impact, if there's any at all, not only to our readers, but also to our staff. So, after 6 months of implementation, we gathered the needed data in order to assess the effectiveness of the project in terms of the goals that we actually set. First, we looked into the articles that we have published. Our goal is to promote the SDGs and GSED. So, we mapped out each article and the particular SDG it hits. So here is the mapping that we had, and yes, each of the article or artwork that we published focused on a particular SDG. Second, we looked into our viewership. Even if all our articles featured the SDGs, it would not mean anything if no one is reading. So we checked Pigeon's statistics. Our viewership improved month after month. Its average daily views started at 314 in April. It broke the 1,000 views in June, and then by November, it started reaching 3,000 views. Pigeon's total views per month also showed an upward trend, from only over 5,000 views in April when we started to more than 90,000 views in December. Third, we did the survey, and we were very happy with the result of the survey. All the 116 reader respondents and 29 writer respondents agreed that Pigeon made an impact to their lives. 3 general themes that correspond to the 3 E's of Pigeon emerge in the answers of the respondents to the question, what is the impact of Pigeon to your life? For reader respondents, education topped as its impact, with 60% of the respondents saying they acquired knowledge, information, and awareness of what is happening around through Pigeon. Second is enlightenment, with 28% of the respondents saying they had a better and deeper understanding of what is going on around them through Pigeon, which led them to have realization about the ways of a global citizen. And then 12% of the respondents said they took action and engaged themselves to the application of what they have learned in Pigeon. And that's empowerment. For our writer respondents, 38% felt they were empowered, which is good. 35% experienced enlightenment, while 28% got educated. Pigeon was my RIP in 2019 after my 3-month immersion in Korea as an exchange teacher. I did not expect that my team and I would actually reap recognition for our project. During the 4th Annual Forum on Teacher Exchange, towards global citizenship education on October 30, 2020, yours truly was recognized by DepEd International Cooperation Office as one of the best implementers of REAP, or Re-Entry Application Project, and that is for Pigeon. Pigeon as an innovation in education during the COVID-19 pandemic was also chosen by OECD, UNESCO, and Teacher Task Force as one of its featured videos in its Global Teaching Insights platform. This was in December 2020. Pigeon was also featured in the DepEd website, where former Education Secretary, Honorable Leonor Magtolis Briones, herself lauded Pigeon, its proponent, SDO Malabon, for actively promoting the advancement of education and youth participation. And then, on April 15, 2021, I was invited as one of the panelists to talk about Pigeon as a social emotional support to youth in time of crisis in the Conversations on Teaching, which is an online series conducted also by OECD, UNESCO, and Teacher Task Force. But all of these accolades were just bonuses. We were happy that we were able to accomplish our objectives. Here is a short video clip from one of the editors of Pigeon to tell us how Pigeon made a positive impact in her life.
Good day, everyone. I am Amancina Saludar, and I am here to talk about how Pigeon gave me the opportunity to take part in making it an effective platform for showcasing different narratives which are related to global citizenship education and sustainable development goals. More importantly, I will also be sharing how Pigeon positively influenced my life as a writer, learner, and most of all, a global citizen. It was through Pigeon that I was able to establish meaningful connections. I got acquainted with other people and formed friendships along the way. I also got actively involved in the organizations I've written about. I became an ambassador, member, and even an officer in some of them, taking part in promoting their advocacies other than simply writing about them in our online newspaper. And so, given these further involvements, I became more socially and globally aware. I have even developed a more positive social attitude because of the different perspectives I encountered while interacting with the people I write about. Overall, more than teaching me essential life skills such as critical thinking, effective communication, building empathy, and the like, Pigeon encouraged me to do better and to be better.
Amaranth is an editor, writer, researcher for Pigeon. In the video, she reiterated how she has developed a more positive social attitude through Pigeon, making her more socially and globally aware. Pigeon encouraged her not only to do better, but to be better. Another story of how Pigeon made an impact is the experience of Miss Christine Criseda Mangaring, who was one of the featured teachers in our feature section. Teacher Casey is a grade 9 teacher in a public school from Longos National High School in Malabon City. She is the founder and the president of Project Ulayaw, Above and Beyond, a nonprofit organization that works with communities to improve child nutrition and health. In her speech, she shared that Project Ulayaw started when Pigeon featured her story. Teacher Casey said, "It's all because of Pigeon we now have Project Ulayaw, Above and Beyond. Pigeon raised awareness of issues by featuring my story. That story connected with the reader's emotions and inspired them to act and made a difference." Pigeon, through this and other stories that we have written and published, have allowed our writers not only to share the experience of the people they write about, but also for them and our readers to feel, to empathize, and to take action. As for the subject of our stories, they have inspired other people. They have become models and were able to effect change to our readers. In Pigeon, we intend to continue doing this, to remain true to our mission, to educate, to enlighten, and to empower the youth in the Philippines and across all borders. Please join us. Together, let us transform the world into one global community. Thank you and have a great day, everyone. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baisa, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. And next, we will have a presenter from Korea. This time, we're joined by Mr. An Bong-sun of Seonjeongdong Elementary School. So now he will be giving his presentation under the title of Cross the Boundaries of the Classroom. I believe he's ready to have his presentation now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am An Bong-sun, an elementary school teacher in Korea. I am teaching at Seonjeongdong Elementary School. I apologize, I'm suffering from colds, so it may be a bit difficult to hear my voice. I tested for COVID and I don't have COVID, I can assure you, so don't worry about that. I just have colds. I naturally became interested in multicultural education while working at a school in Gwangju with a high ratio of multicultural students. So in 2014, I applied for dispatch to the Philippines, one of the multicultural family countries, and that experience expanded my educational interests to international education, exchange, and global citizenship education. The experience of 2014 opened the doors to major changes in my life as a teacher. After my dispatch to the Philippines, I had my school join the UNESCO School Network, and I carried out various projects to continue the international education exchange and global citizenship education. The experience of operating a UNESCO school has led to other experiences such as Korea-Japan Teachers Dialogue Visit to Japan, Overseas ICT Vietnam Training Instructor, Advisor at Student App Development World Convention in Hawaii, and also in the APEC International Education Cooperation Case Presentation in the Philippines and others. From 2019, for 2 years, I was dispatched to the Korea International School in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. During the first year, in the 5th grade, which I was in charge of, there was only one student named Sejin. Thus, I can never forget the experience of inviting 2 local school staff to attend my class together. Next, these are the children I taught the following year. So they are students with Korean fathers and Cambodian mothers. And please do not misunderstand the shape of the children's fingers. The crossed fingers is not a bad sign, but this finger sign is a Cambodian greeting of good luck. Again, all of these students have Korean fathers and Cambodian mothers. Through them, I was able to sense the direction of multicultural or global citizenship education. These children were proud of both their cultural backgrounds and identities, and were very active in embracing other cultures as a result. I believe we should actively teach students with multicultural background in Korea, the culture and identity of their mother's country as well. To this end, I am still continuing to interact with these students with the support of the Gwangju City government and the Office of Education. COVID was ongoing after I returned from Cambodia in 2021, but the development of IT technology allowed us to do more exchange activities beyond physical boundaries. I was able to find exchange schools online and conduct international exchange classes, and currently I am continuing non-face-to-face exchanges with 2 schools in the Philippines and 1 in Cambodia. And as a member of the Gwangju Education Office's e-learning globalization teachers group, I am introducing IT teaching techniques to teachers in Tanzania. I'm always grateful for the proactiveness and diligent preparation of the teachers of the exchange countries. They dance in traditional costumes to teach Filipino traditional dances and demonstrate in real time how to make traditional food. Through these teachers, our students are learning about international understanding and the GCED even in a non-face-to-face environment. We had non-face-to-face international exchanges for almost 2 years. Then in August of this year, I was able to participate in a support program for Korean language teachers in Uzbekistan, organized by the Tashkent Education Center. In Uzbekistan, our delegation taught not only the Korean language, but also various Korean teaching skills such as calligraphy, sports activities, and software coding for 2 weeks. It may be a cliche, but I am always the one who is learning more through these international exchanges. This teacher, who was 9 months pregnant, took a 27-hour train from the province to the capital Tashkent to participate in our classes. During the online remote training last October, this baby was born. And everyone was touched when she showed us her baby with a big smile. And on the right, I hope you can see him. This teacher is learning Korean diligently for her mother, who struggled to raise her children on her own. And so the teacher has written here, "I love you, mother." I was very embarrassed when I realized that many things I took for granted were a great opportunity and hope for other people. So this is a local Korean language teacher. Many people speak negatively about education in Korea these days. However, through the various exchanges, I became confident that the growth of Korea is based on high education zeal and unsparing investments in education. So I think that we really need to show the world. What we really need to show the world is K-education and not just K-pop. I hope there will be more opportunities for these exchanges to promote K-education further. Finally, let me conclude my story by thanking UNESCO, ABSEU, for providing the beginning of the entire experience. Thank you so much.
Much for that presentation, Mr. An. Thank you for sharing your experience of teaching and this exchange program as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have 2 more presentations at this session. Next up, we are joined by Ms. D. Urantogus of Kalkulur Secondary School in Mongolia. So now please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause. Please come up to the stage. Of her presentation will be "Let's Develop Together Regardless of Borders." Let's welcome her another big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. We had a partnership with Gwangan Middle School in Sejong in 2020. Up to you. Through the APTE, we had the exchange program. In 2021, through the exchange program with the Korean elementary school, we were able to participate regardless of time and space barrier. We started the project of Let's Develop Together. I'd like to introduce to you the Mongolian school in general first. There are some similarities and differences between Mongolia and Korea, and we tried to tell them about that. And we gave them homework about that to find out what are the similarities and differences between the two countries. And so they are both in Central Asia, and it takes about 3 hours and a half to fly from one country to the other. Our school is in Ulan, and it is located in an island. and it takes about 7 hours and 30 minutes from Ulaanbaatar. So that's what we informed the Korean students. And we have the red color and blue color in both the national flags. And looking at the geographical factors, in Korea compared to Mongolia, the landmass is only 1/15 of the Mongolian landmass, and the Korean population is 17.5 times larger than the Mongolian population. And uh, Mongolia has the 24th largest landmass out of 194 countries, but in terms of population, Mongolia ranks 136th place. And Ulaanbaatar is the capital of Mongolia, and Seoul is the capital of Korea. And the students compared the characteristics of the two capital cities. The theme is let's develop together regardless of the borders. And in our school, a physics teacher and I participated, and we had an English teacher, and we had a social studies teacher, and we also had an English teacher. So a total of 5 teachers participated in the teacher exchange program. And we partnered with Gwangan Middle School in Korea for the teacher exchange program. In the APTE project, there were several objectives that we tried to achieve, and one of them was to provide history and culture education to multicultural students and families. And 75 students from Kakalkosom students and 4 teachers and 12 School of Keralism, 75 students and 1 teacher, and Gwangdong Secondary School, 150 students, 3 teachers. They participated in this Let's Develop Together project, and we conducted some basic research. And we had the students attend classes online from home. They could not participate in group class, and they have never been taught by a foreign teacher before. And through cultures classes, we wanted to teach them about new cultures, and we wanted to facilitate online classes. We're able to create that environment. And as for our school, we did not have the internet network. It was very poor. The connection was poor, so the Mongolian teachers had to use their home connections. And our school was quite far from a major city in Mongolia, so there were some cost issues and accommodations were not provided. And in terms of project planning, there were 4 things that we had planned ahead. And through cooperation with Korean teachers, we looked at the comparative study of 2 countries, and we wanted to look at the ways in which we could conduct 4 joint classes. And the classes were to compare the 2 schools or the 2 countries, and we looked at the national food, the national costume, and the national festival so that we could tell the students about the differences between the 2 countries. And I'd like to talk about how the classes were conducted. You're looking at the pictures right now, and these classes were online, and this is how the students participated. In the following slide, you can see that the Mongolian teachers were providing online classes to Korean students. There were 2 online classes, and the students were able to pick up some things, and the teacher competence was enhanced. And now we're looking at the Korean teachers teaching online classes. They use Google Class so that they could learn from one another about pedagogical skills. And in the scope of the project, the Mongolian teachers had taught some content, and they were all written in a PDF format. And the Korean teachers had shared with us some teaching materials beforehand. And when we teach face to face, I think this will be of great help in the future. And looking at the teaching materials from the Korean teachers, we are utilizing them in our classes in our Mongolian school. And there were some club activities so that the students were able to learn and disseminate respective countries' cultures. And through the knowledge gained, they were able to introduce some parts of the culture to their colleagues. And we also had a basketball competition.
Team. That is the end of our competition. Many winners have been announced. It was a really fun and memorable day. Thank you for your attention. I hope to see you again.
За бид төслийн санхүүжилтээр захин
And thanks to this program, although we were in a remote area, we were able to help the students in that far-off region. I'd like to talk about the result of the project. An e-learning classroom was created, and the teachers were able to improve their e-teaching methodologies. And the smartphone usage was also taught, and there was an online assignment given to the students about the Mongolian food, and the project name was Let's Develop Together Regardless of the Border, and we're able to achieve many great things. The Mongolian and the Korean students were able to learn from one another, and there was real-time online classes, and the students of the two countries paid much attention to and became interested in respective countries. And 35 minutes of class preparation, and for the remaining 5 questions, the Korean teachers took questions from the Mongolian students. So the 40 minutes was not just filled with one-way teaching, it was more interactive, and so the teachers were able to learn new pedagogical skills. The classes were held in the Mongolian language and through interpretation. So there were Q&A through the help of the interpreter. And the teachers were also, they had an easier time language-wise. And through the online classes, the teachers taught the subjects in an online environment, and the teachers were able to improve their skills for online teaching. And there are some recommendations or suggestions that I'd like to make. Maybe we could have more active online teacher exchange programs, and make the infrastructure ready for that. And I think we should be able to use the NETS program more easily. I hope that we can learn more about the ways we can use NETS, and I think financial support is needed in order to purchase the software. We had to travel far to Ulaanbaatar. I hope that these things will be improved. Thank you.
That presentation.
Хоолоор хил цагаас үл хамааран хамтдаа хөгжцгөөе.
Let's give another big round of applause. Thank you so much. And now we would like to have our final presentation of this session. Next up, please join me in welcoming Ms. Siwarin Seng Hong of Ssaem Prakan School from Thailand. And she will be delivering her presentation under the same sky, we're all united. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so nervous right now. Okay, again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of Ssaem Conference for inviting me here today. Let me briefly introduce myself first. My name is Siwarin Seng. I'm from Ssaem Prakan School, Thailand. And I am delighted to be here today to talk to you about the post-program activity that I have conducted in my school. Okay, I have divided my presentation into 4 main parts. The first is a wonderful experiences in Korea. Next, about Thai and Korean student exchange program. Then, the difficulties during the program. And the last one, the pride and achievement. I will begin my presentation with a wonderful experience. I have participated the APTE program 2016. Okay, firstly, I was the mentor of Miss Park Chong-wan, a Korean exchange teacher who was teaching in my school that time. And then in August 2016, I went to Korea to work as a Thai exchange teacher at Yonghwa Girls High School, teaching English and Thai culture in the 10th grade students that time. That was my first time I knew about the differences between Thai and Korean educational system. I also encountered the student learning style, the teaching method, the differences about the Thai and Korean student learning style, the teaching method, and the school system. In addition, I had a chance to go to Kirin Primary School and also Seoul Technical High School too. Okay, those precious memories made me understand more about GZ concept and also the Korean educational system. And as you can see, this is the one important part that inspired me to start my own program, the Thai and Korean student exchange program. Okay, this class is established in Yonghwa Girls High School, and I observed that class. It is about the conference class between between Korean and Australian students. In that time, I thought my students should have a chance to study about their friends from other countries, about the thought, their perspective, the ideas, okay, and the attitudes of friends from other countries. Okay. Before I went back to my school, Thailand, I visit Yoido Middle School, the sister school of my school, and I met the teachers from international affairs there. We spent a half of the day to briefly plan their student exchange program together before we presented to our school board. Okay, and then when I went back to my school, Sri Samut Prakan School, I continue working with Yoido Middle School staff for Thai and Korean student exchange program. About my school, Sri Samut Prakan School or SFP, I can say that my school that time very concerned about the global citizenship awareness. The school provides many curriculum and program, and also the language and culture activities for the students, such as French, Japanese, and Chinese. But in 2016 was the first time that I start the Thai and Korean student exchange program. Okay, let me show you about the program objectives. First, to coordinate the learning and teaching of both schools. Second, to promote social and cultural understanding between us. Okay, third, to foster closer relationship between students and teachers. And the fourth, to practice languages for communication. Okay, both English and Korean. And the last one, to exchange ideas, creativities, and teaching and learning inventions. Okay, these are 5 steps that I use for managing my program. Okay, the first step is initiating. Okay, if you want to start the program, you have to set the goal first with your partner school. And then you have to define your staff in your school first. For me, I choose the staff from my department and also the world-class standard department section in my school. Okay, and the second stage is planning. You and your partner have to co-develop about goals, objectives, and strategies for the student. Okay, for my school, we had a meeting with my team first, and then we had an online meeting with the Yoido Middle School to conclude the plan. Okay, and the third stage, executing. Both schools have to conduct the student exchange program activities by following the schedule that we have already planned. And then the fourth stage, the contouring stage. This is very important because you have to monitor the advantages and disadvantages during the program. Okay, and the last stage is closing stage. After the program, I and Yoido Middle School staff have a meeting to sum up the program, to share what teachers and students have learned and summarize the goal, achievement, and problems to solve the problem for next year. Okay, this is our journey of our program. We started at 2017, and right now it's already 5 years for our student exchange program. Okay, let me briefly explain about the activities happening during the program. This is the first year program, Student Exchange Program 2017. I joined the APTE program in 2016, right? When I finished the program, the APTE program in October, we have only 2 months to plan, to make a plan for the student exchange program. This is the first year. The first year program was established in Thailand at my school first. The program has been decided a homestay program, a host family program. 14 students, 14 Korean students went to Thailand and stayed with the Thai buddies home for 9 nights and 10 days. And they also joined the Thai classes like handcraft, language, Thai etiquette, cooking, traditional dance, and others. And after school, they had to go with their buddy to learn about the Thai, the ways of life, or the activities after school, the individual preferences with their friends. And then in the same year, I took 28 students to Korea for 2 nights and 3 days. The host school, the Yoido Middle School, provided the budget for us. And we also let the student to stay with the Korean student home too. Okay, and the learning classes were the same as in Thailand, learning the culture, the custom, and language. Okay, we continue the program again in 2018 to 2019, but some activities were changed that time. We have canceled the homestay program because of the inconvenient point. Okay, but the student had a chance to study about each other, about cultures, about thinking, and they had a chance to strengthen their relationship with their bodies also. We provide three main activities to the student. First, the studying in classroom, okay, to exchange the learning styles, the classroom management, and the learning style in the class. Okay, so the Thai students join our class, our classroom in their learning time. Okay, and the second activity is school field trip. The school provides the school field trip to the student and the body to study about the culture, the custom, the local activities. Okay, and the last, and the student really like this activity very much, is after school with buddy and family. In Thai, the last class it ends 3:30. Then the Thai buddy gonna take the Korean buddy to the tourist attraction in the hometown or maybe in Bangkok because my province is close to Bangkok, or sometimes they had a barbecue at home. They took the Korean student to their home to have dinner. Okay, so the student can understand about their lifestyle, their thought, okay, and the ways of life. Okay, luckily we had canceled the program in 2020 because of COVID-19. Okay, so the program start again at 2021 in the online platform. Okay, we have conducted the online Thai and Korean Student Exchange Program 2021 via Gathertown application. Do you know about Gathertown application? You know, right? You don't know? Okay, I will tell you later. But you know, this application was provided by Korean school. Yeah, the Yoido Middle School was the host that time. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, the students from both schools really like this program because they can be it was like the world to world, and they can be what they want to be. They can decorate themselves. They can be the avatar. Okay, but students still can see their body's face because of when they turn on the camera. Okay, they can see the body face. The program was divided into three activities. Okay, you can see that we had the opening ceremony activities from both schools. Okay, and then the students from both schools, they share the classroom. They taught their friend themselves. Okay, and also the last session that the students really like because they can strengthen their relationship is the buddy talks. Okay, and that year, we also held the global citizenship activities for the student too. We organized the global citizenship contest first, and then we share our student products on that day. Okay, this is more challenging for us because almost 30 students joined this online platform in 2021. Okay, and this year, we are working on the online Thai-Korean Student Exchange Program 2022 via Zoom. Okay, 22 students from both countries joined this program. And in the morning, I met the Korean teacher, and we exchanged the gift to each other because next Wednesday, the students from both schools gonna unboxing the gift. Okay, you can see the schedule of this year. We started this program from the 7th September this year. Okay, this is the topic. They're gonna learn each other by introducing themselves first, and then knowing each other via the interesting topic such as the country and culture, food, landmark, K-pop, Thai pop, something like that, and the customs. Okay, and then they're gonna share their school life after the pandemic of the COVID-19. Okay, and the last session, the next week, the Wednesday of next week, they're gonna share about their dream job or their future university. Okay, and then they're gonna unboxing the gift, the souvenir. Okay, we also have many difficulties during the program too. But I can say that we can pass our obstacles. I picked three main challenges that we have faced. The first, the misunderstanding happening because of the culture and the lifestyle differences of both countries. Okay, so for the solution, both schools provide the workshop about the cultural diversity for our students before we start the program. And we custom activities, for example, the homestay program, because our students are too young and we had a short time to provide the homestay for them. Okay, and the second, about the COVID-19 pandemic, but we can pass because we find many interesting platforms, online platforms for our students, such as Zoom meeting, Gather Town, okay, Google Meet, and maybe Line. Okay, and the third one, the struggle of the time when we want to set up the online activities. Okay, so both schools change the time. I mean that we don't conduct the activity in the same day. We just plan together, organize together, but let the school manage the contest themselves. Okay, and then we're gonna find the special day to share our student product. Okay, and and work. And the last part of my presentation, the plan and achievement. I can say that I have to thank the APSEU and UNESCO and also the Ministry of Education of my country to give my school a chance, okay, to know about the APTE program, and then we can strengthen other activities for our students. From 5 years, my teacher and my student can share our knowledge and our understanding through the school activities. For example, we have the Hello Korean, the Hello Korea Club, okay, in my school, 5 years. But now we have 2 clubs about Korea, Hello Korea Club and learning Korean language through series, through K-drama. Okay, and we also have the performance about the Korean culture performed by our students on the International Culture Festival. Okay, next, we held the GSET workshop for our students. And we also have our student language program right now in my school because we had many activities about Korean language and culture. Then the Ministry of Education allowed us to open the program, the Korean program for our students. Okay, and we also have many performances about the Korean culture the Korean history in my school. Okay, and okay, I can say that some of my participants go further than we think. This is Miss Paktira Pajaitam. She was the first year participant who joined our program at the first year. And she was also the host buddy too. Okay, let her Korean buddies stay at her house for nine nights. But you know, right now, she was studying in Faculty of International Study, Awa Women University in Korea, because she got the inspiration from the program. Okay, this is her expression after the program. She said that cultural differences do not separate us from being friends. And she got many inspiration from the Thai and Korean student exchange program. Okay, and her dream job is being a teacher in the university. Okay, I can say that those are my precious journey. And I wish you guys appreciate my presentation and enjoy my presentation. Okay, have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that fruitful presentation. And this brings us to the end of our session. And ladies and gentlemen, please have a short break, about 20 minutes, and we will resume with the next session titled Recollecting 10 Years of APTE from 4:10. So please enjoy your break. Please come back to this hall by 4:10. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will begin the next session entitled Recollecting 10 Years of APTE shortly, so please enter the hall. Please be seated. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 기참가자 대담 세션 잠시 후 시작이 되겠습니다. 아직 장례로 입장하지 않으신 분들 입장을 서둘러 해주시고 착석을 도와주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the session. Please be seated. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you, and we will soon begin the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the next session, which will be recollecting 10 years of APTE. Thank you very much for your participation, and we do have 2 more sessions to go for today's conference. And now we will begin the recollecting 10 years of APTE session. This session is a celebratory session of the 10th anniversary of this exchange program, and we will hear real stories of alumni, teachers, and students of partner countries. And before we have a discussion and in-depth talk with our participants, we would like to watch a very meaningful video, which will be with a retrospective film for looking back on our journey for 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let's gather your attention to the screen.
I've been the chairperson of the APT Advisory Committee since 2015. I've been doing this business for about 8 years out of the 10 years the program was in place. According to 2021 statistics, about 3% of Korean elementary, middle, and high school students are from a multicultural background, and the number is growing. A long time ago, we talked about Korea being a mono-ethnic country, but that is not the case anymore. On the other hand, students' multiculturalism education is not well organized yet. So that gives us concern. So one of the most important goals of this program is to increase levels of multicultural acceptability. That has been the main focus. The multicultural competence of teachers is an important key for students to understand different cultures and develop multicultural skills to interact with each other. First and foremost, teachers need to know, they need to understand multiculturalism, and it should be internalized so that it can be passed on to students. This will improve students' multicultural competencies. So that's why we're helping teachers develop their capabilities through the APTE program. One interesting example is, since many Koreans are not familiar with the partner countries yet, Students might have some prejudice. It's the same for universities. Since the appearance is dissimilar, in that case, kids are not very acceptive of differences. But let's say a teacher came from that country. Teachers are intelligent beings to children, and if the teacher leads the class well, the image of that country will change, and then it will influence the student to think differently. A classmate with a multicultural background needs to be respected. The students will realize that they were ignorant and indifferent to a friend. That's what happens. That's the teacher's role. They can change students' stereotypes of countries. When we interviewed our program participants, there were a lot of interesting cases like this. If you're interested in this program and if you're willing to participate, you need to have a sense of duty, and also you need to love your students. And so if you want to improve your professionalism through this program, then please let us know you're interested. I'm confident that you'll be able to achieve your goal through this program.
Good morning, Miss. My name is Oh Yu Su. I was very happy to learn and study with you. It is so sad that even if you go to Malaysia, be healthy and take care. Thank you for the interesting memories. I love you. From Yun Su. My dream is to bring my students to see the world. But as I'm teaching in a rural area, there are many limitations. So FPTE was the platform for me where I could bring the world to the students. Sorry, I'm very nervous now. When I received the news, I was shocked. I was very excited and I asked the officer, am I dreaming or is this real? I couldn't sleep that night. In 2018, I served in Orjun Elementary School. So I taught arts and crafts, culture classes, and also physical education. In APTE 2022 was an online exchange. We submitted our application, but for APT 2022, it was a team event. So 4 of us in a group, and our team name is called Bornean, and I am the team leader for our Bornean team. For the second time, of course I was very excited. It was like a dream come true to me that I could bring the Korean classroom to let my teachers and my students in Malaysia experience what I've experienced during APT 2018. Based on our discussion with our Korean partner school, Daegu Sinchon Elementary School, so we have decided to do all our classes in real-time live streaming, attended by both Korean and Malaysian students together. We taught cultural classes, mainly from Malaysia, and show them how we live together in harmony in such a multicultural and multiracial country in Malaysia. Besides that, we also taught the students how to make our Malaysian dessert. We made our famous batik cake. We made it through real-time live streaming. So we taught in the class, both Korean students and our Malaysian students were cooking in the class, making the cake. And we received feedbacks from our Korean students saying that it was a test of heaven. They love it so much and both students had fun.
To my dear students in Korea, reading your letters has always made me happy. It touched my heart when you told me how I've changed your life and your view about the world. I just want you guys to know that you have made a great impact in my life too. Thanks for helping me remember what it means to be a teacher. I believe we will meet again someday. I miss you all. Love from Michelle Lim.
I am Kim Sung-min, a graduate of Seoul National Technical High School. I participated in the APT program. I was a freshman, and Mr. Ibrahim and Mr. Farid from Malaysia, they came from Malaysia to conduct the classes. There's a traditional craft called batik in Malaysia and Indonesia. There was a batik class for students. You draw a picture on a cotton cloth with wax and fill it with dye color and then boil the cloth in hot water. You get a pretty artwork on cotton. And other than the hands-on arts and crafts, we also had an English conversation class. They gave us various Malaysian cultural exchange classes. And during the school festival, the teachers ran a Malaysian cultural experience booth. We're able to experience Malaysian food, traditional culture, and traditional games. After this wonderful opportunity at school, we had the chance to visit 2 other schools with the help of other organizations. In 2018, we went to a school called Keningau Vocational College, and in 2019, we visited SMK Sungai Curtis. When interacting with foreign friends, especially friends from Islamic countries, they have very strict laws and regulations. So when my classmates and I first visited Malaysia, it was important to be mindful of the things that we needed to be careful about. And on the other hand, my Malaysian friends had to understand us as well, but those things were not difficult as I imagined. It was even better because we could understand our differences and learn from each other. During the program, I became close friends with someone, and we still keep in touch on Instagram. For example, when I hear some news about Malaysia, I would ask him how he is or if he was all right. And when he uploads a picture, like this, then I leave comments and I keep in touch with him. Through the program, I had a chance to experience the world, meet new friends around the world, and I learned that there are a lot of different people. While participating in the APT program and the other APEC programs, I've met a lot of staff members. I felt that they're very active in the world, and they made me think that I also wanted to join an international organization someday in the future.
уулзсандаа баяртай байна. Миний нэрийг Инжон гэдэг, Монгол нэрийн маань Бачка гэдэг.
From 2016 to 2018, I worked as an interpreter for all the teachers from Mongolia. Yongin Gangnam School is a special school. It's a special school for students with high level of developmental disability. We dealt with very simple topics, and the kids were very interested in play. I met my husband in 1999. He had come to Mongolia on a business trip, and I was a school teacher. We fell in love, and we came to Korea in 2000. We had 2 kids, 1 year apart. In 2005, I acquired Korean nationality. Koreans are known to have a very warm heart. They're always kind, but sometimes say things that can be misunderstood. They say, "Korea is wonderful, right? Good thing that you came. It's better than your country, so I hope you love it here." So that's the kind of nuance that I get. And these kinds of comments can be misleading and sometimes can be hurtful. Through the APT program, when children form a connection with something or someone, it's the program's job to help them grow emotional intelligence to understand others. There's a saying in Mongolia, "I understand it better when I see it rather than listen to it 100 times." Not only myself, but other teachers as well. They teach students about their countries, where they're from, and give a positive impression to children in each country. And because the children get good information about that country, they naturally learn to respect that country. It's not that we're wrong, we're just different. My friend and I are just different. None of us are wrong. I think they can naturally accept things like this. I met the teachers who participated before at the pre-training session in 2022. It was so nice to see them again online because they came to Korea and learned a lot from the Korean education system. Their desire to learn made them participate again. If I am given a chance to participate in the APTE program again, of course I would like to participate. The reason is the development of the Republic of Korea is possible through the power of education, the passion, strength, and positive energy of the education field in Korea is something that I want to deliver to my own country. That was a precious memory for me. So I'd like to participate again if I have the chance.
Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much for watching this meaningful video in order to celebrate 10th anniversary. As we mentioned before, we like to celebrate this 10th birthday, but we will have a meaningful discussion from now on to prepare for the next 10 years as well. So now we will have our special guests to join this talk session. So please come up to the stage. We have 6 teachers and 1 student who will be joining this session. Please come up to the stage. And let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have 6 teachers from home and abroad, and we will have 1 student from here in Korea. And teachers, can you please remove your masks? If you don't mind, please take off your mask. Thank you. Yes, I think we're all ready to start the session. So this session is titled Live Talk by Alumni Teachers, My Story, Your Memory. So we like to share our own stories and experiences, and we like to share what we thought and what we've learned from these various activities after their participation in this program. And as I mentioned before, we're joined by 6 teachers and 1 student. So from now on, before we have their opinion and experiences, we'd like to know about them. So why don't we introduce ourselves? We'd like to start from Cambodia. From Rotana. Yes, ma'am. Can you please introduce yourself? You can be seated.
So Jumripsu once again. I am Ratana Prum. You can call me Ratana. I am a teacher of English from Honsan Angsnur High School of Cambodia. I was a teacher who got dispatched to Korea in 2019 at Suncheon Yochuan High School. And this year, I attend online exchange with Zion High School as well. I'm very honored to be seated here talk about the old story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She had presentation earlier today, and we also watched the very special video from, the stage from Sion High School students as well. Thank you, and we look forward to your experience. And now let's move to Indonesia. Mr. Prewendi, please introduce yourself.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Frewendi from State Vocational High School to Sibolga. I am a guidance and counseling teacher. I am 32 years old from North Sumatra, Indonesia. In Indonesia Korea Teacher Exchange in 2019, I was placed in Walpyung Elementary School in Jangsong, Jeollanam-do Province in this amazing country, South Korea.
Thank you for joining us today, and we also look forward to hearing from you. And next, let's move to Malaysia. Mr. Khalifa, yes, sir.
Hello, my full name is Muhammad Al Khalifa bin Muhammad Afnan, but my Malaysian students, they call me Mr. Khalifa, and Korean students, they call me Khalifa Songsenim. Same spelling, but a little bit of different pronunciations. I'm an English teacher in interior part of Sabah, which is Keningau Vocational High School, and I was dispatched to Seoul Technical High Schools in 2017, so I am quite old, and I have been there for 3 months, right? Yeah, quite old, and yeah, it's a wonderful experience to be part of this APTE teacher exchange program. Thank
you, Khalifa 선생님. Thank you very much for your introduction. And let's move to the Philippines. We are joined by Ms. Rina this time, and she was the first speaker at session 1. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. I'm so honored and thrilled to be in front of you and to talk about our experiences in the Philippines. My name is Rina Angeles from Manila, Philippines. In 2013, I was dispatched to teach in Megok Elementary School. So that was exactly 9 years ago, and today it's the 10th year anniversary. And in 2022, I was again given a chance to teach together with our co-teachers in partnership with Daegu High School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, we're joined by Ms. Junita from Thailand. Yes, please.
So hello everyone again. So may I introduce myself? My name is Jinita Pongjaktanachot. I am a representative from Princess Chulapon Science High School, Chiang Rai, Thailand. So actually I was an alumni for the program in 2018 at Daejeon Hawajeon Elementary School. And this year I have another chance, which is the greatest chance in my life also, to join the FTE program 2022 free and online program with the Kyongju High School, which they were very supportive and still be here with me until the late at night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next, we have a teacher from here in Korea, Kim Hongdae. Yes, please. 김홍대 선생님께서도 소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
So Kim Hongdae, teacher Kim Hongdae, your introduction please. Hello, from 2014, from September to December, I was in a special school for the visually impaired students in Mongolia. And I also am teaching at a visually impaired school in Chuncheon. So it's nice to meet you.
학생을 대표해서 유소담 학생 함께하고 있는데.
Last but not least, on behalf of the students, we have student Yu So-dam. So in 2017, the APTE participant Kim Myung-sung, I am his student. And after the dispatch of Kim Myung-sung, teacher to the country, we engaged in exchanges. And in 2017, I was able to visit Cambodia as part of the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we just heard, they all have different experience, different major, different school, and different stories. So now we like to hear their own stories and voices. So the first question is that when do you think is the most precious and best moment or the most meaningful or impactful moment of your APTE and the reason why you think so. So we will start with story from Cambodia this time. Ms. Ratana, can you please share your story?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. It was such a beautiful moment to have spent time at Suncheon Yuchuan High School for 3 months, and each moment is precious to me. So, but I was very happy to have spent time sharing with the student as much as possible, despite the tight schedule of high school. So I remember our first class. It's not really the first class, first introduction to a change program. My fellow teacher and I were so nervous. She is here as well. Um, we trying to prepare everything. We concerned that students could not understand us, but despite the language barrier, they become more interesting in Cambodian culture and social issue that motivate us to proceed all the activity. That's really precious to me.
Thank you. As you just mentioned, every moment it's actually very precious and special. But the very first time you met students from Suncheon, yes, that was very meaningful. She just mentioned. Thank you for her experience. Now let's move to Indonesia. Mr. Fendi, please.
In my experience, the best moment was when I was at Yosu, the biggest festival in Korea. I saw the biggest performance exhibition about coding and robotic. It is new experience for me because in Indonesia, coding is not taught. And another one is soccer team. I like playing with students. Thank you.
Thank you. So experiencing another culture, that will be another precious moment. Thank you. And let's move to Khalifa 선생님.
If I could choose, it would be on the last weeks of me teaching in Seoul Technical High School, where during that time, if I'm not mistaken, it was snowing, right? Snowing, so I just walk through the main gates, as you can see there, that was Seoul Technical High School, and I feel like a prince walking, falling down the snow, and then it was so impactful that we Malaysia alumni from APTE programs, we have used this as a book cover for our story, okay? So if you want to read this, maybe I can ask UNESCO Upstate maybe to sell it to you, right? Maybe one day. So yeah, it was very impactful to that extent. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's really special, Princess. I mean, Prince. Okay, so let's move to Miss Rina this time.
Yeah, I would agree with Rotana a while ago that she mentioned that every moment was a precious moment. Yes, indeed, it was precious, but if I'm going to choose, just like what he said, I'm going to, of course, choose the Gala Philippines in Korea, and we do have Palarong Pinoy in Korea. So we basically had 1 week of exhibit where we posted there, we exhibited there the Filipino items, Filipino output, and the Korean outputs with regards to culture. And at the same time, we played together because we do have the Palarong Pinoy, we do have the Filipino games, and we invited some representative from UNESCO Apseu. We also invited the representative from the Philippine Embassy here in Korea, and also some teachers nearby in the city where I taught before. So that was best part of the moment because we got together in one venue, sharing laugh, and we got to share our memories as well. So that's why I chose that one as best part of my APTE moment.
Thank you. I see that was a really unforgettable moment, both for teachers and students. Thank you. And let's move to Miss Janita this time.
Okay, actually there were a million of moments as well as my friend mentioned, but what I have to pick, I will pick this photo. Actually, this photo show that the day that we made and prepared kimchi for the upcoming winter season with the mother of our host teacher. Actually, we asked our principal many times that, oh, teacher, we want to enjoy the process of making a real kimchi, not like preparation or something like that. So when I joined this program, I feel like, oh, the kimchi is not about the kimchi, but it's about the people connecting to each other and how they spend their life. And because of there's a lot of other, so they love Thai teachers so much, they try to wrap a big fresh like kimchi and put into our mouth. It is, I would say it's hard to swallow. and chewing. And we try to like finish it and say, oh, so delicious, thank you. And then, you know, they add up with many, many times to put it in our mouth. That is a great moment that I had, thank you.
Thank you. Not only sharing the recipe or just kimchi itself, but we shared a lot together by making it. So, thank you. And let's move to Mr. Kim Hongdae. 김 홍대 선생님께도 어떤 특별한
Any special memories you have from the APT program? I also felt that each moment was memorable. I have a lot of good memories, but two things I want to mention. First is that in Mongolia, also in early October, like the Korean Language Day, there is the Mongolian Olympiad event. So singing Korean songs, singing Korean, making speeches, and I was there is a visually impaired student that I was teaching, and he's at second grade in the 116th school, and he also received an award for the performance. And the second memory was that it was a Facebook mail that I received after coming back to Korea, and this student would be a high school student equivalent here in Korea. And it's been only about 6 months since the student came to this new school, but this student was always in the girds and was roaming around with his family because they're a herder family. But he was really good with music, so I taught him piano, how to blow the recorder. And later on, this student told me through Facebook, well, in Mongolia, you cannot go on to music colleges if you don't go to music high schools before college. But he was able to go on to music college, and you are the teacher, the first teacher who taught me about music. So thank you very much for that.
정말 감동적인 기억으로 남으셨을 것 같습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자,
Thank you so much.
And now I have a question for student Yu So-dam. Mr. Kim Myung-seok is known to be very passionate about international teacher exchange. So what kind of impact did he have on you when you were his student? Mr. Kim Myung-seok taught science in high school, and the science that I learned from him was not difficult or complex at all. It was quite fun. And through the International Teacher Exchange Program, I was able to make a presentation to a larger audience, and I got a lot of feedback. So I was able to learn and observe diverse opinions and observations on my presentation. So I was able to listen to others and respect others' opinions. Thank you very much. So he was not just an academic teacher, but he taught you how to communicate with others. So that was a heartwarming answer. Thank you.
Question. So yes, we can see that all the memories and all the talks, all the experiences, it's all precious and special. But of course, we do have some challenges and the cultural difference and other language barriers and etc. So now we like to ask question to teachers. What was the biggest challenge in the time of your exchange, and how did you overcome those? That's the question. And let's start from Ms. Rotana.
Thank you once again for
Thank
the
you.
questions. Actually, I am the one who am interested in Korean culture as well. So before coming to Korea in 2019, I have doing some research regarding the weather, lifestyles, and educational system. So anyway, once I physically in Korea, I felt it a little bit different because it seemed like the system is really strict. It well regulated and well structured. But since I went to high school at that time, as we know, Korean high school has a very tight schedule. So it's very hard for us to go to the class and share with them, teach them something. So we have to sit and talk, discuss with the mentor teacher. I had two mentor teachers, Teacher Ma and Teacher Park. Teacher Ma and Teacher Joe. So we four of us sit together and think of what is the better activity can we provide to students, because the class we got is very huge. So that we decide to change by conducting more observation. I went to observe different class, learning different methodology, and also we decide to learn about the UNESCO tourist site around the city. So we went there and shared together, and we also when we go to the class, we have problem with translation. We were so concerned about this. So even though I have some background, like I know some Korean culture way of speaking, but still I'm not really familiar with how they react. Like they say, ah. In Cambodia, when we say ah, I mean they understood. But in Korea, ah, do you understand? No. So, so this is, it sounds funny, but it's something we learn about the cultural difference and learn to live together. So that is my answer.
Thank you. So, how did you overcome those with your mentor teachers, or time solve everything?
I think time solved everything, because like when I went to the class, I keep checking, because I like from one activity to another. I like checking with students. I'm a lazy teacher actually. I like giving students more work to do. So I have to make sure that they understood what I have taught or what I have instructed. So when they say it means they don't understand.
More work, more homework.
Yeah, more homework, and I try to ask the school teacher. Beside my mentor, we have good communication with school teacher. We ask, oh, what is the way the way that students show they understood, or this and that, and then we observe students as well. When they come into us, we ask, but I realized that if the student understand, they just start doing activity. If not, they just
So we know what means here in Korea. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And then she just overcome those problem by communicating more with mentor, teachers, and students. Thank you very much for that experience. And now let's move to Mr. Frendi, please.
Yes, the biggest challenges is the language barrier because of the limitation ability in English of the students. And the second is about coding, because in my country, coding is not taught at school. In Jangsong, the mentor teach me coding, and we do together to students. But coding is very interesting for me. By learn coding, it is very helpful for human life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Language barrier, of course, very difficult problem. But thank you for sharing your story. And let's move to Mr. Khalifa this time.
I would say that my biggest challenge during the APTE program was other than not enough money to buy the new Samsung phone during that time. I agree with the Cambodia teacher and Indonesia teacher where language barrier is also my challenge, because we are just like cats and dogs trying to understand each other language. And I can see the disappointments of the Korean teacher and the Korean students' faces where they couldn't, they tried to express their conversations, their chats, but I couldn't understand. I wasn't like, But, well, I tried to overcome it by trying to simplify my English, right? I try to simplify my English so that they can understand better. And also by the use of popular apps in Korea, like Naver apps, Naver Translator, that I install on my smartphone so that I can translate it straight away when they talk in Koreans. Sometimes it makes me like a smart man. Sometimes I'm really clueless what happened. So I'll just use maybe body language to convey my meaning. Like I want to go to hajamshit, toilet, right? I will just use body language, you know how it is. But then, yep, that's how I try to overcome the challenges. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So many of the teachers said that language barrier is the biggest challenge. But I'm native Korean, but sometimes it's really difficult to communicate with the students, middle school students and high school students. They do have their own culture and language and reactions. So I know it's really difficult. But thank you for sharing that really great story. And now let's move to Miss Rina this time.
Aside from the freezing weather, because it's very cold, it's snowing that time, one thing that challenged me is teaching in elementary school because I am a senior high school teacher and I never get a chance to teach in elementary school students. So this is one of my biggest challenge. I do have two questions in my mind. How will I teach young learners? Then how will I get the feedback from my young learners? So those are the questions really, feedbacking on my mind because it will be a 3-month immersion. So what we did during that time, the body teacher, I'm very fortunate with my cooperating teacher, with my body teacher, because they are the one who guided me. And we use the technique of code switching. And at the same time, I am very open with the communication, open communication between me and my co-teachers. It's because sometimes do I need to say this? Do I need to say that? How will I discipline the students when they are, for example, running around the class? Should I do this and should I do that? It's really very important to have our cooperative teachers inside the classroom because they are the ones who will help us. So I'm very thankful to those teachers. And also I am saluting those elementary teachers because your patience is really commendable. It's my first time. It was my first time to teach in elementary school. And that was a superb experience because I learned to understand them. I learned to appreciate every effort the students do. I learned to say, oh, very good. A simple effort. Appreciate them. Very good. Wow, you did so well. It seems like I am an animated teacher doing like this, doing like that. It's really a wonderful experience. And if I got the chance to teach again in elementary school, I would do better because I know better now because of this experience. So I'm very fortunate. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do learn something from overcoming these challenges as well. Thank you. And let's move to Miss Janita this time.
Okay. my speech might be a little bit short for this question. So my big concern and challenge is about my own challenge, my own concern. Because at the first time, we were oriented with the key concept of the GSET, but in fact, when we deliver the lesson, it's hard to set all the lesson to be to the flow and reach the goal. So what I did is I consult with my friend in the group because when we arrive in Korea, we have the Thai groups that we can consult with each other. And another way that I solve this problem is consult with the co-teacher. She's a good helper. So they always sit at the back of the room and giving some feedback. What are the effective way that you can convey or deliver the lesson effectively? So thank you for the teacher who will be a co-teacher and the vice principal who support me all through the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Let's move to Mr. Kim Hongdae. 선생님께서도 혹시 어려운 점이 있으셨다면 어떤 건지?
What was your biggest obstacle and how did you overcome it? In school number 116, there was me and another Korean teacher who was dispatched, and there was one interpreter for both of us. And there were a lot of classes where we taught in the same time slot, so it was difficult to conduct class. But, music is a common language, so I try to teach the music to the students. It was, louder, softer, together, listen, sing. So I began to pick up some Mongolian words and expressions, and when I taught in the Mongolian language, the students paid more attention, so that was more interesting. Thank you. Yes, if you tear down the language barrier, then it becomes easier to communicate, and I can just imagine the hard work.
Our stories, and now let's move to our third question. So the question this time will be, what do you miss the most from your school and country dispatched or the time back then is the question. So now we will start from Miss Rotona as well. All right.
I cannot stop thinking of the old days. this beautiful picture, was taken in 2019 at Jukdubung that we can see the Suncheon from the tops. So this picture displays the beautiful memory that I had. I believe those 3 months, not many teachers enjoy homemade food like we did. My fellow teacher over there and I usually always had different type of homemade kimchi. We ate different of Korean dish, like because we stay at the nearby a teacher park. He is the teacher of the Suncheon Yochuan High School. His wife keeps like treat us like their own doctors. And also, the people over there were so nice. Like it's okay to go everywhere, even in the evening, in late night. It's safe. I would say that it's not 100%, but I could feel secure to explore around. The teachers, they're just very open-minded. They answer any question that we ask as much as possible. If not, they will go to do more research and ask each other. The beautiful moment that we spend with students, we conduct activity together, we visit many different sites. So last year, actually, in December, I visited them again as well, and they were so surprised that I visit them. They thought I don't like Suncheon because because at that they said, oh, it's a countryside. But to me, I was very introverted. I don't know how to express my feeling to others. So when I came back, we went there again and we enjoy talk for a few hours. That's really precious.
Thank you. Are you crying?
Yeah.
So she said she missed almost everything, right? People, teachers, and their view, of course, and Suncheon itself, and of course, students and food, everything, right? So thank you very much for sharing your story. And now let's move to Mr. Brandy, please.
Yes, of course, I miss my students, my co-teachers, and my mentors also. I miss to spend every time in my mentors because I think he is my brother and my family. He always asks me to go to church every Sunday and we play with students every Saturday. I like playing soccer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's all about people. Thank you. And next, we'd like to hear a story from Mr. Khalifa, teacher.
Right. So this picture was from 2017. I was posted in Seoul Technical High School, and I wear mask before it was cool. Right? 2017, nobody wears masks, right? Except Koreans, maybe. Foreigners, we don't really wear masks, but I wear masks either way. And what I miss the most might be because I live in the city, so I miss the busyness, the hustle and bustle living in the city center. I live literally in the heart of Seoul, which is in Sangdo, near Seoul Technical High School, and Mr. Im, my mentor, he's here. He threw me into this one small one-person bedroom apartment, and when I commute to school, I pass by this bakery shop where every day, I think almost every day, they played the K-pop song G-Friend until I can memorize the lyrics. So I miss that too, and it persuaded me to, every time I pass that bakery shop, every time before I reach Seoul Technical High School, I went by and buy bagel and eat during the way. That's my breakfast. And I miss all the busyness during my time when I commute by going subway, right? So basically, the busyness in Seoul, we couldn't find it anywhere else. So that's what I miss the most, being like a local in Korea. Like normal teachers in Korea do, normal teachers stuff in FCU do. So that basically it.
So you remember really tiny things, right? You can think of those like detailed like sense and like music and food and everything. Okay, thank you so much. And now we will have a story from Miss Rina this time.
A while ago, I mentioned that I was challenged by my students children, but now I miss my students. I miss their morning greetings because that's the sweetest, I think. And I am wondering how they are now. I am wondering if they are now in college because it's been 9 years ago. So I am wondering if they still remember me. So I really miss the people in the school because they are very sweet and they are actually very cooperative. That's why we have delivered a very good activity during those time. So yeah, I miss the people, the places, the food, but what I miss the most is my students because I am wondering if they still remember me, and I hope that they remember me up to this moment.
Thank you. I hope you can meet one of them in the near future if we can. Thank you. And next, Miss Janita, please.
Yes, this picture I would like to mention the moment when I was in the canteen, because normally every day we will go to the canteen and had lunch with the teachers, the vice principal, especially the principal. Our principal is so important, and of course with all the students. So the scenario that comes up in my mind is when I light up with the student. So every time the student and teacher always offer the Thai teacher to be first, to scoop up all the food, something like that. They are very humble and very great to us. And when we reach the maid who scoop up the rice, we always ask for more rice because we are so hungry. And sometimes we skip the morning because we are expect and wait to see, oh, what are the lunch that they will offer for us today. We are so excited every day. And when they go to the maid, and we always ask, oh, please, pop money to sale every single day, you know. And the maid just keeps scoop up until we say, oh, thank you, that's enough, thank you so much. And another thing is, we, as a Thai teacher, we love something sour and spicy, so the kimchi is our favorite. So the maids know that, oh, we love kimchi, so they scoop like a mountain. I would say a mountain of kimchi in the tray for us for every single day. That's what I really miss. And the atmosphere and the thing that happened on the table is a great relationship between like the teachers, the co-workers, and the student at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 네, 이제 김홍대 선생님께
Yes, a teacher. So, question for Mr. Kim Hong-dae. Yes, Mongolia, you have the vast nature and you have the beautiful scenery. And the the Mongolians are very brave and they're very positive and optimistic. And this is related to the picture. They are family oriented. They love their family a lot. Children, the elderly, women are respected in the Mongolian society. So I miss them the most, the people. Thank you very much.
Now let's move to our fourth question. So the question is, what was the most evident change or changes that happened in you from your participation in the program? So now, as we did before, let's start with Ms. Rotana.
Actually, the exchange program gave me a lot of experience. GCED is introduced but not widely spread it to the teachers. I think it's introduced, but we don't really aware that we are doing it. So once during the exchange program, I start to get to know more about what GCED is and how to apply it in my classroom. So as a language teacher, I try to engage the student to familiar with, no, I start to use real life experience or social issue to engage in my class. So they both learn about language as well to know more about the words. This is the first thing that I learned. The second is that since I getting to know GCED, it motivated me to pursue my degree, higher education more. So I tend to pursue another degree, master degree of global education leadership, which one course attracts me is GCED. That course I learned a lot about the different series of GCED, how does it work, what is the conflicted things that may happen around education. So this program really changed my mindset and my career choice as well.
Thank you. You're a teacher. You were in this program as a teacher, but you learned many things from this program as well. Thank you for that very meaningful answer. And then let's move to Mr. Friendly, please.
Yes, after this program, I also become a more open-minded person. I think the differences makes beautiful. And from this point, I see that humanity must be promoted to all people in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you learned and understood how we accept differences. Thank you. And next, Mr. Khalifa, please.
Evident changes that Malaysian peers, I mean my friends, my family can see after I come back from the programs. There are two things. One is that before this, I don't walk as fast as now. I walk faster now, thanks to all the running from subway to subway, from buses to buses, just like Korean did. And but then well, sometimes it's a good thing because it makes me feel like I'm healthy. Although, well, that's basically I can walk as fast as normal Malaysians jog, right? And somehow my partner will scold me because I walk too fast and leave her behind. Second thing is that before this, we tend to enjoy sweet stuff or sweet drinks like coffee with tea with milk or sugar and some more. But then nowadays, I enjoy more Americano and black coffee without sugar more than anything else. So that's what people see me, the changes that I have experienced after I returned from South Korea. Thank you.
So you're becoming Korean.
Yeah.
You're like Korean, right? Drinking
trying
Americano,
hard, but
walking very fast.
yeah, even now.
Okay, thank you for that, sharing that evident change of his life. And now let's move to Miss Rina this time.
I actually became proactive. I tried joining local and international conferences and exchanges because I loved my previous experience. So I became more proactive. And whatever learnings I got from the conferences, whatever learning I got from the experiences in attending exchanges, I always try to share that. I try to share that with my co-teachers. It is one way of giving back to my community because if I'm not going to share it, who else will share? So the little blessing that I receive is always giving back to the community. So I engage myself into civic engagement. I try to join different advocacies like tree planting, teaching young learners, and many others. So those are the changes that happened to me, being proactive in the society where we need someone who will act as, not the hero, but who will act and make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you for making changes. Thank you. And next, let's move to Miss Janita this time.
Yes, for me, there are many, sorry. There are many evident changes that happened to me. The first one is, of course, the way that I view the world has been changed. So like some comments that coming up with some issues, I need to think critically on how they view that things because of the differences and the perception of that one has. Even within in my own country, they come from different backgrounds, so they will have a different perspective as well. And the second thing that has changed me is the way I sorting the garbage. I'm more serious on sorting all the garbage that it has. Actually, the way to sorting the garbage were introduced like for a long time. But when it comes to Korean, oh my God, they're sorting all the garbage seriously. And someday, I don't know when is I should to leave all my garbage in front of my apartment, something like that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so confused. Because sometimes I left all the garbage outside of my house, but no one collected. Oh, it's luckily no one arrested me at that time because I don't know the rules about that. That's all the shame that I have.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Let's move to Mr. Kim. Yes?
So next, Teacher Kim. So I was able to understand the importance of education, national education-related activities through the participation and the fact that I participated in this program and the fact that I've become a global teacher gave me a lot of confidence. And I was able to develop a new perspective compared to prior to attending the program. Thank you so much. So you are not just teaching, but also through the process of teaching, your perspective was widened. And now let's listen to Yu So-dam, the student's perspective. So since the teacher Kim's dispatch, Sangwon Middle School has continued to interact with the Cambodian partner school. What influence do you think this continued exchange with Cambodia has had on Sangwon Middle School students, including yourself? The fact that I was able to go to a school overseas to communicate and attend class with these students in those countries has given me a new perspective of the world. It's given me a more mature perspective on how to interact with other people. And that experience was actually a very novel experience, not just for me, but all the participating students. And it has laid a strong foundation for our future lives. And during middle school years, the fact that we've had this experience during middle school years has given us a very flexible attitude to be free from bias. Yes, so you experience not just school, but also various cultural experiences, which gave you a new perspective. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion.
We'll have this question, number 5. So the question is, what was the most impressive class or project for you and your partner school during the program and why? So we had some general answers, but now we like to have some specific detailed answers. So now we will start from the Ms. Ratana. If you don't mind, can you please?
Okay, thank you for the questions. We had different story and experience on different school, but to me, I remember quite well that it was class 5, first grade student, class 5. It belonged to my mentor homeroom teacher. So I overcome expression and language barrier. I started to teach them, not really teachings, because I'm a lazy teacher. I asked them to do more activity related to global warming. So this time, they proactively work and they active in the class. They learn what is global warming, what is the impacts, and how to deal. Problem solving skill. So the achievement of those is real. I would say I was successful in not only engaging students, but I was successful in engaging myself to the global issue while teaching English subject that is also one of the subject at that school, and global warming is a part of that subject as well, because I have gone through all the lessons in first grade students. So it's related more like GCED topics. So this class made me realize how should I run the class with the multicultural student.
Thank you very much for that story. Global warming, it's a difficult topic, but I hope that was really impressive for both teacher and student. And next we have Mr. Ferendi, please.
Well, when I was teaching in Walping Elementary School, the students see me very different from my clothes, and they join together and make cycle and talk as much to me. I also tell many cultures from Indonesia to make similarities between Indonesia and Korea. And I also give gifts to students. I give the small gifts like this, but students threw away. I'm disappointed for the first. But for that moment, I tell the story. Only one king has this. Really, the student said, I make to their mind that it is very valuable. I tell the story about King Sejong. I tell the similarities of the story with king in my culture, and many students ask about the gifts that I have given. No, 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 no. Now I make the things become expensive. Only one king, so students very enthusiastic to have one. And I make from waste to become very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you for that very fun and exciting experience. And now let's move to Mr. Khalifa.
Flashback to 2018, the most impressive project during that year was when we did student exchange program together with Seoul Technical High School. This time around, I want them to live like Malaysians. So they came to my school, where my school has a dormitory, has a hostel, where some of the students, they sit in the hostel. So during this 1 week activity of Seoul Technical High School being in Keningau High School, Keningau Vocational High School, so the students, they sleep, they eat, and they bath together in the same dormitory as the Malaysian students did. And Korean teacher, they stayed at the Malaysian teacher's house nearby inside the school. And that's how I forced them to become like Malaysians. Maybe they showered outside, and some more things that Malaysians do, but Koreans haven't done it before, so they have experience on that. And other than that, it is impressive because they brought, or they bring the drone technology to our school. That is the first time of us operating the drone, assembling the drone from recyclable materials. And also Korean teacher and students, they become the mentor for a cooking class where they teach Malaysian students, Malaysian participants, how to make bibimbap, how to make Korean fried chicken, and so on. So it was very impressive, and I hope I can do it again with the same school or any other school around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds very exciting. And now we would like to have Miss Rena's experience.
I mentioned a while ago that one of my unforgettable moments is having the Gala Philippines and Palarong Pinoy. It is also the one of the most impressive thing that we had during 2013. We had this Palarong Pinoy and Gala Philippines in South Korea. It is impressive. It's because it's really hard to get all the people in one space, in one area, because they are living in different places. At the same time, all of them are busy. So I'm very happy during that time that I got to bring them in one stage, and we got to play along together, exchanging of culture together. And I think that 1 week is actually memorable to everyone. It's because we can still recall how much laughter we had. The noise that we have there is actually a very impressive noise. It's because everyone is laughing, everyone is so fun of doing the games, and everyone wanted to try what's this and what's that. So that is one of the most impressive thing that we had, because it always remained here in our hearts and at the same time in our mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Junita.
Okay, I would like to mention the impressive project that I launched is about preparing all students to performing the Thai dances actually for the open house, which is a big event of the school. So the challenge is we need to practice many performances for the student in different level, which consists of 5 performances, which is quite hard. We need to think a lot about what is the easiest posture or the movement that we can teach. Actually, I applied 2 methods on preparing them. The first one is recording how we dance along with the song, and deliver the recorded video to the homeroom teacher to practice by themselves. And another one is I just go into the class when they have a free time and practice with them again and rehearse before the day of the event. And another challenging thing is we need to launch the performance where the Thai teachers and the student need to perform together with a Thai song, or it's very hard. But luckily, the students are really good at dancing, so they can catch the step very fast. And the good point is they wear the Thai costume as well. Sorry that I don't have that picture. It's very impressive. And on the day of the event, all the teachers in different level, they perform so amazingly. At the end of the event, like all the teachers, like the parents come to talk to Thai teacher and thank you for like training their kids to perform Thai dancing and to get to know more about the traditional of the Thai. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's really a lovely photo as well. Thank you for your experience. And now let's move to Mr. Kim Hongdae. 김 홍대 선생님께 여쭤보겠습니다.
So to teacher Kim Hongdae, what was the most impressive or memorable project or class? In each of the provinces here in Korea, we do have these provincial level contests. In Mongolia, they had the Subatro music contest that was held. And usually in Korea, we would divide the disabled students versus non-disabled students. But then what was impressive in Mongolia was that there was no such division. And most of the teachers would stay up until late at night to teach the students who were going to attend the contest. So that was very impressive. And there are preliminaries, regional preliminaries. And so the students' level were actually quite high. And so it was a good experience for me to and it was very memorable for me as well. Yes, thank you very much for sharing your experience. And it feels like listening to your stories makes us feel like we were there at the site. Thank you so much.
We do have many questions prepared for our teachers and students, but due to limited time, I think we have to jump to our last question. So the last question will be, okay, so that will be number 11. So please leave a short message to students and teachers with who you did the exchange back then. So if you don't mind, let's start from Ms. Ratana.
Yeah, this is the beginning. This is the end, the last question, but just the beginnings. I want to say, Akun, 감사합니다. Thank you for those time. It's very impactful moment for me. You leave me a life experience that I live like Korean. I learned to familiar myself with Korean education and way of life. I learned to change myself as professionally and personally as well. So I want to say that I really miss you all. I hope to visit you again someday. I don't know when, but I hope I have opportunity. I like to specifically thanks to Teacher Park family, who always treat us like doctors, draw us every day back and forth to school. Teacher Joe and Teacher Ma, who be a very great mentor, who try to coordinate everything. The school teacher who help us to live better. The neighborhood people who was so warm and friendly. Actually, at that time, I want to say that I felt home. Korea become my second home. So that's really, until now I feel like, okay, if I have opportunity or if everything is okay, I will try to come back to Korea once a year. So this is the third time I'm in Korea. I don't think I could make it. Thank you, FCU, the Ministry of Education from Korea and Cambodia, who give me these opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was really touching answer. And next, let's move to Mr. Ferendi, please.
Well, of course, I miss my students, teachers, and my mentors. I miss playing with students in special education. Every day we play a game that has already prepared in the classroom. I also miss Korean food. Everything is delicious for me. And I miss the principal because when the first time in Jangsong, when I introduced myself, all teachers are laughing when I greet principal, I say, the Honorable the Kojang Song Seng Nim. I don't know what is the funny. Every teacher is laughing. And I also miss to Presbyterian Church because every Sunday my mentor treat me like brother really and make me get closer by inviting me to church. Thank you.
Thank you. And any short message to your students or your teachers, Mr. Khalif? Do you have anything to add?
What? Oh.
No messages to, I mean, that was enough, but you just grabbed the microphone, just checking once again. Is there anything that you want to deliver to your students or teacher?
I only miss playing soccer once again.
Thank you. And now, please, Mr. Khalif.
Oh, Indonesian teacher really love playing soccer, is it? Nice. Anyway, I'm not a sweet man, so I don't really know how to say sweet stuff. However, since my students, they were all high school students, so I think they have went on their own journey. Some of them, I know that they are working somewhere in Seoul, and I know one of the students, he has become a military officer in Korea. Good for him. And some of the students, maybe they pursue further studying or start working. Whatever that you are doing, please do your best, and you can move to Malaysia if you want to start a family here in Malaysia. And also to the teachers, while I'm still in Korea, you can meet me and treat me dinner. While I'm still here, I will be here until Sunday. I hope you are watching this live. And also to my first mentor and to my best friend, Mr. Im Hyun Bin. He's at the back here, smiling alone there. And I really appreciate what we have done together, and hopefully we can have more time together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, Ms. Rina, please.
I hope they will see this video one day. To my teacher before, to my co-parenting teacher, Teacher Sujin, annyeonghaseyo. I am here back in Korea once again, doing the exchange program. I hope you're doing well together with the teachers and the students and the parents in the school. And I hope to meet you one day. You are very much welcome in our school, especially the teachers, the students as well. You are very much welcome in the Philippines. I hope to get to see you soon, and I love you all. Always stay safe and take care.
Thank you so much for that warm words. And now let's move to Ms. Junita, please.
Okay, actually, I want to state my gratitude to be selected at your partner school, both like Daejeon Hwajeon Elementary School and Gyeongju High School as well. Actually, the principal joined the event this morning because he said he wanted to see me in person again. It's like a close relationship that we had together, and I still hope that we can further our collaboration in the new school that he already be a vice principal right now. And for Gyeongju as well, thank you for your kindly cooperation and the good work that we have together through the whole program. At the end, our project and our classes were so successful and so impressive for me. And I hope to welcome you guys, two of you, and another teacher and all students to my school very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kim Hongdae, 선생님.
Mr. Kim Hongdae, yes, since I'm a music teacher, I'd like to say my message in music. We have the Arirang folk song, and in Mongolia, there's Harong Erogantare, another folk music. I will just sing the first verse.
앵흐리 몽골로 타그멘 애체그에스 자야테 하롱헤렌 노타그멘.
여기 현장에 계신
The Mongolian teachers are taking videos of this singing.
For melody and the performance. I think our teachers from Mongolia, they all liked and loved the stage. 네, 마지막 질문 우리 유소담 학생에게
And the last question goes to our student, Yu So-dam. Do you have any short message that you want to leave for your Cambodia teachers and students? In the Cambodian school, I attended class, and this is once in a lifetime experience that I will cherish forever. And I remember that I had made presentation with my friend, and the Cambodian friends had also shown much interest in the presentation that we did. So I'd like to thank you. And it would have been a difficult experience for me and my friends to adapt to a new environment, but thank you for making it easier. I'd like to thank the teachers and the students.
Your experience. And ladies and gentlemen, due to limited time, we will end this session right here. But let's give another big round of applause to our teachers and students, please. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodbye, we will have one last session, which will be closing ceremony. So please remain seated. We would like to rearrange the setting, and we will commence the last session. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the closing ceremony of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for being here with us until the very last moment. We will soon begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. 네, 여러분, 저희 잠시 후 폐회식 시작하겠습니다. 오늘 준비된 2022 쌤 컨퍼런스 마지막 세션이죠. 이렇게 끝까지 함께 해주셔서 대단히 고맙습니다. 함께 하실 분들께서는 입장해 주시고 착석을 해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 여러분, 돌아가시기 전에 저희가 안내를 했던 것처럼 저희 부스에 있는 교재들, 책들 가지고 가셔도 되니까요. 꼭 많이 들러주시고 가지고 가주시고요. 나중에 수업 자료로도 많이 활용을 해주시면 고맙겠습니다. 디스플레이라고 되어 있는 몇 권의 책 빼고는요. 여러분 자유롭게 가지고 가실 수가 있겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the session, before you leave, please go to the booth in the lobby. We have prepared many materials for education. So you can take those except those with the label of display. So please take those and please use them as a materials for your students. Thank you very much for your cooperation and participation. We will soon begin the closing session. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we will commence our last session, which will be the closing ceremony. And at this session, we will have award certificate and we will have closing remarks. So first of all, we will award the certificates to the best practice representatives of the 2022 APTE and Planet. And at this time, this award will be awarded by Mr. Im Hyun-mook, a director of the UNESCO's Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Please be at the center. Thank you very much. And we will have two categories. And this category will be best practices of APTE for the second half of the year 2022. So once your name is called, please come up to the stage. We have 5 representatives at this category. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Rina A. Angeles from the Philippines. Please come up to the stage. And please welcome Gayatri Mayang. Please come up to the stage. And we're also joined by Mr. Kiyomukta Katiabong. Please come up to the stage. And please welcome Ms. Namjildarasi Kongresor. Please come up to the stage. And we do have Ms. Jin Yu-jung from Korea. Please come up to the stage. So as you can see, we have 5 representatives and we will award from Ms. Lina Angeles. Please come forward. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to Ms. Rina. Thank you. Thank you. And please remain on the stage. And next, we'd like to have Ms. Ma. Please come forward. Yes, thank you. And let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Gayatri Mayang. Thank you. And we'd like to have Mr. Kiyomukta Katiabong. Congratulations. And thank you very much for your work. Thank you. Let's give a big hand. And we'd like to have Ms. Kongresor come forward. Congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Last but not least, we will have Ms. Jin Yu-jung. Please come forward. Thank you very much. And let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. And we will now have a group photo. Mr. Lim, Dr. Lim, please be at the center. Let's have a group photo with our participants. Thank you very much for your wonderful work for the second half of the year 2022. Please make a big smile and please make sure that your certificate is well shown on the photo. Since this is really great occasion, we will have a photo session. Please look at the camera in front of you. Please make a big smile. Thank you. And please remain on the stage. We will have another photo. Please be at the left side of the stage. Please wait. Dr. Lim will do another round of our award ceremony. So next up, we will have the best practices of the program Planets, and we have two winners and representatives at this category. So once I mention their names, please welcome them and give a big hand for the congratulations. Please welcome Ms. Kim Maliskrang with a big round of applause. Congratulations. And we have Ms. Kim Song-kyung. Please give a big hand. Congratulations. And we will award the certificate. First of all, Ms. Kim Maliskrang, congratulations. Let's give a big hand. Congratulations. And next, we will have Ms. Kim Song-kyung. Please come forward. Thank you very much for your participation and your hard work throughout the year as a participant of the program Holonet. And next, we will have a photo with Ms. Kim and Ms. Kim. Please be at the center. And after having this photo, we would like to have our 5 representatives once again. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again to the representatives. Please make a big smile. And we'd like to have all the winners. Please join us this photo session. Dr. Lim, one last photo shoot. And please open your certificate. Make sure to show it to our participants, and we will have the final photo shoot. Once again, please make a big smile. And ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last photo shoot. Let's give a big hand. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you. Thank you. Please return to your seats. And Dr. Lim, yes, please remain on the stage and please return to your seats, all the representatives. Thank you. I hope you keep the feeling of this moment, and please share with your teachers and students when you go back to your home. And once again, thank you very much for your active participation of our programs. Thank you. And now we will have one final segment of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big hand to Dr. Lim once again for his congratulatory and closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Thanks to your participation and contributions, the 2022 Ssaem Conference has come to a very successful close, and we are very pleased with this result. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of APTE, and we looked at the face-to-face and online exchange achievements participated by 8 countries, as well as the follow-up practices. We looked at the past 10 years of journey. I'd like to thank the 8 country ministries of education representatives for sharing your valuable ideas with us, and to the teachers and students who gave best practices presentations today and best follow-up practices presentations. And I'd like to thank you all, particularly to the teachers who all participated. And to all of the teachers and students who shared your experience with us, thank you so much. And to all of the participants who are here on site, as well as although you are not here on site, many are participating online, so thank you very much to you as well. We were able to see for ourselves all of the efforts that many people have put in place during the past 10 years through this meeting. The APTE began to promote Asia Pacific countries' mutual understanding, and for the past 10 years has contributed to GCED capacity building for the teachers and the schools, and benefited the students. This APTE contains the commitment of the educators to widen the perspectives of their students and to foster them into responsible citizens who will be leading the future society. It has become an open window connecting teachers and students with the world. to the Ministries of Education, Offices of Education, schools, and the teachers who participated in this APT for the past 10 years, thank you so much. To ensure that this program continues to develop, we ask you for your continued support and participation. We're all different, but we are all working for a peaceful, sustainable, and harmonious world. And APSEU will be with you in your efforts. To all of the participants today, to everyone who has worked for the progress of APTE, once again, thank you so much. And we will see you again next year at this Ssaem Conference. Last but not least, I'd like to thank APSEUs and all of the members at the Teacher Exchange Office and to the conference organizers, organizing company, and to the translators. I'd like to thank you all so much, and also to our host, our MC, who did a wonderful job. Thank you so much to all of you, particularly to the representatives who have come from overseas. We hope your trip back home will be safe and comfortable. Thank you so much.
Dr. Im Hyun-mook for that very meaningful closing remarks, and thank you very much for your support and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, as he just mentioned, we look forward to your active participation and interest towards our programs as well. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of the 2022 Ssaem Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us until the very last moment of our ceremony. And I hope you make a safe journey back to your home. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope to meet all of you next year in person as well. Thank you very much and goodbye.